Hold up. Let's get this working. Let's get this working. Okay. Give me a second here. Excellent. Yo, 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 yo. So, the game already started. Actually, give me one sec. I just gotta check the Discord for one thing. So let me put up the Discord on the side. But it's a little showcase we got going on here. Awesome. No, stop it. I don't want to pay for a big pen. I'm sorry, I love it, but... Alright, let's see how the audio is. Okie dokie. They have provided... They've provided, clean feed access, so that's good. So we can just chill and watch a little bit of Stormgate. So this is a 4-person showcase. We got Parting, Maxed, Theory, and Mana. I don't know if there's a prize pool actually. But it is a double elim, but it is best of 3s. I was wondering, I was like, wait, we're playing a double elim, so it's 6 matches, and from what we did at the Tasteless TV Showdown, if it's all best of 5s, like, man, they're going to be playing into the wee hours. But apparently it's best of 3s until the finals, which is best of 5. So keeping it simple. I can say that Parting was, he was pretty devastated when he lost at the Tasteless TV Showdown, because he felt that he needed to try something new in the middle of the tournament because people were going to start to catch on, and he could tell that Laser had come prepared against the Morph Core cheese. But even if it's not the cheese, like just the early aggressive build, but he had said that, you know, he didn't really get practice ever challenged in the practice of it, so he was pretty frustrated. So I'm curious to see how he's changed it up. We missed the beginning of this matchup, but it is it is Celestial versus Celestial, so it's just Argents versus Argents. If this is your first time watching Stormgate, these little guys are your Argents, little guys that basically look like Protoss Marines. Yo, what's up, Milo? Yes, I did. I was recording the YouTube video, but I had clicked stream instead of record, and then I realized it like 15 minutes in. There were a couple people that dropped by. But yeah, it's Celestial versus Celestial, so it's not exactly the most invigorating stuff. Oh, they got picture-in-picture and everything. But I have been enjoying the game quite a bit. This one we kind of missed the beginning. So we'll see. And obviously, we don't really know. The meta is still shifting. We just had a balance patch. I think that's one of the more exciting things I enjoy about Stormgate right now is that I've actually never played an RTS early enough. And like, I've never played an RTS enough at the beginning to just like enjoy it and actually feel okay to just like try my own stuff and learn on my own, right? Like, for instance, if you started StarCraft 2 now, it would, I mean, you could, depending on your goals, but if you wanted to win, like, it would feel very silly no matter what your actual skill level was to just, like, try to learn on your own, because, like, the builds are so set, right? Like, even people at Silver and Gold, like, know the opening builds, so... How do you play this game? As in, how do you get to play it? It should actually now be live. I'm pretty sure, like right now, like free to play, early access. It is early access. I think it's important to note that I agree that their communication around it was not very good. I'm just gonna say it. It wasn't that good, but they've taken the term early access like in the very literal sense as it always should have been. It's just that these days early access is more like, hey, fund us while the game is kind of just a live service. So there are definitely parts that are rough around it. I would say the 1v1 aspect, the competitive aspect that we're watching right now is the most ready, but even here, like the biggest party GG's out. I mean, it seems like it was just Argent versus Argent, but it seems like maybe he just got harassed earlier. Like, Maxhead's just, like, way ahead. Whoa, that is loud. Okay, the game sound could be louder. Dude, a 30-minute walk. Hope you have a good one. Oh, is it like Dota or something? So it's like StarCraft. It's like StarCraft. It's an RTS. It's a real-time strategy game. It is 1v1, but in the future there will be a 3v3 game mode. Hey, it is weird to get a clean feed, but with the commentary guys on screen, maybe we should just listen to what they're saying, because I mean these guys are just funny in general. But this is Tastosis for anyone who's never watched the StarCraft tournament. So Tasteless, he used to cast a little bit of Valorant with me, but he and then before that with Artosis, and then Artosis has he's actually moved from Korea, but he was the one who hosted the Stormgate tournament that I casted in Korean during Champions. What that was just a week ago, I think. So, but yeah, so let's talk about the game a little bit. So I want to say that it should be free to play early access now, but it is early access. Like, it is in development. Like, the campaign part is pretty not polished. I would say that what is this, 3-minute break? Wonder if we can do this. Hold on, let me see, because if we're gonna have stuff like this, there we go. There weren't any strict rules for this one for co-streaming, so but the 1v1 I've been enjoying quite a bit. The 1v1 mode I've been enjoying quite a bit. But what was I saying? Oh, the audio and visual feedback, like there's no, it doesn't feel good yet, like when you're fighting and stuff. It just feels like a bunch of background sound effects. I 100% agree with this. When I'm playing it, like once you get into the thick of things and when you're playing it, I mean, you're so focused on like the build and trying to counter what they're doing. It's so you kind of start to forget it, but it would feel a lot better, that's for sure. And the first impression is definitely a little jarring, because like even the Celestials are actually the worst about this, I feel. And maybe that's why I don't feel it as much anymore, because I've been trying to learn Infernals. The Celestials, they sound like, they literally sound like pew pew, you know what I mean? So that's a little rough, but see if we can up this a bit more somehow. Where's the asset dump? See if we can spice things up a little bit. There we go. Oh, if you think it looks cool, that's great. The artistic design has been something people have been. Oh, we're like right back in the game. Oh. Alrighty. We'll fix this as we go. All right, so we got partying in the blue, in the bottom left. Max said in the red, in the top right. Game sound is gone. I think. I think it just died for the stream. Let me open it up on yeah, it's up on the mainstream. It's back. Okay. The game sound is generally a lot lower, though. Let me just... I'll note that afterwards. Is there a meta? Not really. I mean, it's rapidly developing and rapidly changing. So recently, so it used to be that the Celestials, these races that both of these players are playing, used to be that you just rush. I mean, this map's kind of big, so this is probably the toughest one to do it because there's 4 spots where you could start, right? Oh, it's actually here, right here, here, and here. So because of that, it would have been a bit rougher, but it used to be that you would just like fly out your morph cores, which are your little flying little balls of gold, and they could like attack units but also turn into buildings. So you would basically cheese rush it and then proxy your buildings like at your enemy's entrance, and that used to be the thing to do with this race. Now it's changed a little bit. I've heard that it's mostly just like massing Argents in the beginning and then seeing where they go, especially I think in this mirror matchup. I think that's the rough part. But I think it's rapidly developing. There was a pretty big balance patch before it went free to play today, just last week in the 2-week preview period, where we could try it if you had bought the early access pack or if we had been given one as streamers. So I think and I would say it's probably going to still be rapidly changing for at least the next year, which is their plan before like full 1.0 release. So if you want to get in and, you know, feel okay to just like try stuff. But I think you'll quickly realize like, okay, like I'm going to have to figure out some counters, etc. All right, partying going right away for the early vision camp. So even though these camps, like they have their own little buffs. So like this one's a speed camp. The one partying just took is the vision camp. So that acts like as a little vision tower award. They do also give resources, right, as you kill the units. So going for these early gives you a bit of a resource boost. And these Argents, they actually have advanced damage if they have energy left. So oftentimes when you're defending, you want to play right next to your power banks. These little things that give energy recharge to units near them. So the Argents can just constantly be powered up. But obviously out on the field, not always going to be easy. But partying's just going on full farming mode. And it looks like Maxed is going to try to just make sure that he's going to kind of take back some of the control. Yeah, so this energy tower, that's why this is a big one for the Argents, right? Because it gives you passive energy regen, or stronger passive energy regen. Greater if you're within the range, but it gives it as long as you hold control. It's going to be the same thing for resource camps, like Luminite camps that I'm drawing on here, or Therium camps. Luminite is your minerals, Therium is your gas. Those, if you take it, it creates passive income. So overall, partying, the macro game looking a bit stronger, but Max said is slightly ahead in supply. And oh my gosh, that's huge. Takes away his collection array. So already the passive income from parting, the damage is already done. I mean, he's taken sure a little bit more on the map, but he doesn't have a... It's not like he took the Luminite camp, and he was trying to take the Therium camp, but he couldn't finish it because he had to come back and defend. So he hasn't really gained much. His goal is going to be to try to take this out, and if he needs to make sure he defends this tower, yep. Otherwise, they'll just keep healing while they're fighting. The only way parting recovers from this, I feel, is doing enough actual damage to the army here, which he is massively doing. Max said... So Max said takes out the collection array, but parting is going to take out enough units that I feel overall and value-wise, parting actually comes out on top. But Max said obviously didn't have his actual economy itself damaged, so he's going to just look to recover. Parting, is he going to try to just push back all the way as far as he can with this? Looks like it. I mean, he's over in supply now, and his income should be coming right back up. That collection array should have gone down immediately. Ooh, we got scythes. All right, so these have been changed up a little bit in the recent patch. They are better at anti-air now. I think they prioritize anti-air, but they're still going to be pretty good in harass. That's kind of the real main goal they've always felt like. So it looks like he's just going to send 2 to take out some of the prisms. Now, Celestials, their prisms are the workers. Celestials are really weird. It's kind of hard to explain this during a live game for anyone who hasn't played Stormgate, but you don't really have like a fixed base. It's changed a little bit recently in the patch. But okay, so he's going to be looking to just do damage against the collection array, but just too, yeah, it's too tanky. And then now vectors are coming out for parting as well. So I've heard vectors are the next best thing right now for Celestials. Haven't really tried the Celestials too much since the patch. And yeah, scythes will do better damage close range. That's what we were just seeing. That's the passive they have built in. The Vector's not going to be able to do much on his own, but it's basically, now this is something that parting has to kind of keep note of. And Max said's going full scythes. Okay. Haven't really seen this. I've always wanted to kind of try it myself. If I were to... I like the idea of scythes. Vectors, now these have blink. So these are kind of like your blink stalkers if you've ever played StarCraft 2. If you upgrade them later on, they can actually have a recall, so you can blink in, do a harass, and then recall out. But overall, yeah, the Vectors are going to win out on this one. The science... Oh, yep. Parting knows. Even numbers, the Vectors should win out 100%. We got a little 3-round burst coming out from the Vectors as well.
I gave my own.
So they can kind of tag, get 3 shots in, and get out of there. So overall, I mean, parting is just way ahead right now in terms of the overall macro, but the defense here is that Max said's SimCity's actually pretty strong. It's so bunched up, it's really hard to hit that expansion to natural in any way possible. I wonder if we're gonna end up always calling these naturals for Celestials. It just feels really weird. You can actually probably fight this as part... Oh, well, maybe not. The early targeting would have had to be there. Yeah, you gotta back out a little bit. The pulse shields are coming out for the sides. Yeah, so they're doing okay. Yeah, the Vectors can blink out, though. No problem. Oh, parting immediately taking the speed camp at level 2, so he's going to take over that again. The Argents are basically just here to do a little damage. You've kind of ditched them already. Parting has accepted that. See what else is in the works, though. Lots of minerals being banked up for parting. Is he going to go for another collection array somewhere? I wish we could see it. Oh, he actually does have his third. Looks like it. The mini-map doesn't quite show the collection arrays for Celestials. That's something they're going to have to fix. Right now, I would say that parting is winning. So it's... In Stormgate, I don't know if it's going to be the same. But basically in RTS is this... Well, in Stormgate, we're being shown with the bread. This is what we call your supply. So that is your, like, population, so to speak. Generally, it's a good gauge of army size, but obviously sometimes it could just be more workers, right, if you're just expanding faster. But for Celestials, generally, it's always going to be army size because of the way the workers work for this faction. So they're about even, but parting, we can see, has more resources being farmed up right now. and he has more control of the map, so he's got more passive income through some of the creep camps. So overall, he's in a better position, but this is going to hit pretty hard. These sides, that's a lot of them. Yeah, that's an instant kill on that collection array. So this little building on the little mining node allows Celestials, this race, to collect minerals, or the luminite, your main income, your main money. That's the little gold mineral you see right here. So by destroying that, you basically can't farm that node anymore. You're gonna want that. You can send your workers there. That's a doable thing, but that is not the best way to generate income for this faction. So Maxhead's doing a good job of trying to give himself an opening of climbing back into this, right? He goes in, that allows him to take some passive control of the camps. So once you defeat the camps, you get control, and you get the buff you get from the camp, but once the enemies are defeated, the enemies can come in and channel it, and they can take over until they respawn, and then whoever kills it again gets to take it over. Oh, we got Cabals coming out here for partying as well. Cabals are kind of like the spellcaster here for the Celestials. Might be able to ground some of these sides as well. I didn't really see if we had any upgrades yet. The gravity flux definitely got buffed in the last patch that lasts a long time now. So you can either ground air units or lift. The clean fleet is dead. Okay, we're jumping forward. We're good. Honestly, hold on. There we go. There we go. I was thinking something looked a little off. So overall, I mean, partying is in a very good spot right now. So he still has all three farming up, right? He's got a much bigger army size. And then, I mean, Maxhead's basically, like, his whole goal right now is to produce more of these scythes and do whatever harass he can to try to take over the map again. But the vectors are doing work. The vectors are pretty speedy. They got blink as well. So he's just trying to make sure that he can slow down partying's income. Now, for Celestials, especially more than anybody else, I think this energy resource is important. This is something that's new in Stormgate. Is that you have a top bar, so we don't see it when you're in observer mode. Ooh, you're eventually going to lose these unless you go to the edge of the map. That's what Maxhead's trying to do, because these are flying units, yeah, so they can go up on these cliffs. But basically, in the game itself, and maybe if the tournament ends early, we can stream a little bit of Stormgate. But you basically have like a little top bar here that's got abilities, right? These are faction abilities you can use. And you basically have like a faction resource, which is your overall energy that's being shown here. And for Celestials, you basically have a passive ability you can use on all your buildings called Surge. And if you use it, it costs 10 energy just, you know, while you have it on that building. And it usually like speeds up production and things like that. So these are the little morph cores, by the way. This used to be a huge problem, but they've been nerfed to the ground, so that cheese no longer is impactful at all. But yeah, basically they can turn into buildings anywhere. So Celestials can basically kind of spread out their field anywhere they want. Yeah, what's up, Exco? Yeah, there's a Stormgate Invitational Showcase going on right now, so we're just checking it out. But basically, the reason I'm saying that is because for Celestials, you kind of want to be... There's a red, yellow, and green zone for your energy, right? And depending on that zone, like if it's red, your production slows down, right? Things like that. You know, some things just don't work. You can't really use your abilities anymore, your top bar abilities, things like that. So you want to make sure that you're not ever going over the limit. But obviously, if you're in the green, you're going to be dandy. Sometimes you just kind of toe the line that you're on yellow just so you can kind of keep up and make sure everything's working as intended. But this should be the final push. I can't imagine that Maxhead's able to hold this off. He is going to use Sovereign's Watch on the buildings, which turns them into turrets. That's something, one of the top bar abilities that Celestials have. But this army is just too strong. The Vectors are able to keep the sites at bay. The Krees are going to try to roll out. I'm surprised that Maxhead's trying to go for the Krees. I've heard a lot of Celestial players crying about the nerf. I haven't tried it myself yet. I didn't try them when they were strong either. They definitely don't feel as strong, though, when facing against them. I would say that obviously if you're up in economy, they still do damage. So Krees They run in, they do a little AoE damage. If you have the upgrade, they roll around, and then they do AoE when they open up, right? They do that little spin. And then when they die, they charge up and explode in place. So they've got a little martyrdom going on, which is why Parting's still going to kite it a little bit. So despite, I mean, quite frankly, Parting could probably just A-move against this Kree army, I think. But he doesn't want, like, everyone to take multiple pieces of splash damage, I think. Because that could suddenly turn things around. It does look like there's a little scythe harass going on down here. Max said just a bit of a Hail Mary to try to stop Parting, bring his army back. But Parting, I think, knows. Yeah, Parting knows it's over. Good vector usage. I like it. I've been interested to see what the vectors would look like. The blinks and such. And, I mean, I'm rooting for Parting, even though, you know, it's just it's a four-man showcase. I've always liked the guy in StarCraft, and I just know how much time and heart he's pouring into this game. Like, dude, to see him so upset after losing the Tasteless TV invitation, the showdown, I was like, oh, wow, he's serious. I actually told him, I was like, you know, it's actually, I know this isn't the best time for you to hear this after he lost, but I was like, but it's actually great to see someone with that pro mentality, like, still going on. Because you could tell he was just like, listen, I'm just frustrated in myself. Like, I wish I had gotten better practice. I don't know, maybe that's on me, but I feel like I wasn't challenged enough in my practice, so I didn't try other builds. And, you know, that's on me for not figuring that out sooner. You could just tell he was very passionate about it. Okay, while this is going on, let's see if we can spruce up our waiting screen a little bit more. Make Tastosis tiny Tastosis. Will you cast for Stormgate in the future? Well, I want to, which is why I want to get into it. Obviously, we're not doing like full-on casting right now because it's like 2:30 a.m., but the game is very new, but I want to. I enjoyed doing the casting in Korean. I actually enjoyed casting it in Korean a lot at the Tasteless TV showdown. Now, I can't imagine that I would ever really get the chance to cast in Korean just because there's so many qualified Korean casters for RTSs, but I would love to. Yeah, I think they want to push the esports pretty hard, and that's the part that's most ready. They've said that they developed the 1v1 competitive aspect first, and then they're working on co-op and campaign. There is going to be co-op, there is going to be campaign, and in the future there will be a 3v3 mode as well. But I would say if you're like really interested in lore and story, maybe hold off on it, even though the free-to-play early access should be live right now. I enjoyed it for what it was, but it's not polished. And they've admitted like the cutscenes are just using in-game animations, things like that. Yeah, the 3v3 I'm curious about. I think that could, if that becomes like a big main mode, that could help revolutionize the RTS a little bit. Obviously, like you could always do custom 3v3 games like team games, but I think 3v3 mode is going to have heroes like co-op. I'm not sure. That one I'm not sure about. Anyway, Isle of Dread. So you only have 2 starting positions. It's a 1v1 map. You've got the 1 o'clock, you've got the 7 o'clock, top right and bottom left. On the mini-map, you have the mini-map in the bottom left here. The Observer UI is very bare bones, by the way, so bear with us. There's no like production tab. That we don't really have much information, which I'm kind of enjoying, going back to the old roots of just having to guess the builds and such. But okay, so Max said they're both gonna use the Sovereign's Watch to go for some early farming, it looks like. I don't know if Parting was actually, no, he wasn't farming the camp, but Max said's gonna go for this. Oh no, he greeted for this. He's taking a lot of damage. 94 HP. Oh my gosh. Oh, so Parting did it by drawing the creeps in so that the other buildings could farm to tank it a little bit for him. But they both have run out of Sovereign's Watch, the energy bar, that turns your buildings into turrets. So they're both going to have to wait. But Max Head took a buttload more damage on his building. Holy crap. Oh, man. Spectre Divide game? What's Spectre Divide? Wait, is that the thing that Shroud's been streaming? All right, dude. Oh, I honestly, I'm still like, we watched so much Celestial at Tasteless TV Showdown. Granted, back then it was just all morph cores anyway, so it didn't really matter. But I'm like, I haven't tried much Celestials, admittedly, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around how the economy works here. But goodness me, you can really ramp up fast. The thing I've noticed with Celestials is that you basically don't, playing against them as an Infernal or really anybody, you don't ever really want to allow them to ramp up too easily. I think you want to get harassed, because if they do ramp up, basically they got the army composition they want, and then they can start to really overpower you. Their macro, if you let them set up like their collection nodes, their collection arrays onto the minerals, the Luminites, it's going to be so hard not to see minerals. The gas, I'm actually used to seeing Therium now, mostly because I didn't cast StarCraft 2. I subbed in like once or twice back in the day at OGN, but these are like, Luminite is a type of mineral, so it's just hard to say not minerals. You think about that, it's like StarCraft really did a good job of naming it just minerals. Like, what a term to capitalize on. Anyway, we're gonna get an early Guardian Nexus, so that's gonna allow for some early upgrades to come out here for parting. Don't think that's set up yet for Max said. Wait, it's Shroud's game? Oh, I didn't know that was his game. I'll have to try it. Can you tell me a little bit more? I haven't really watched it. I tuned in once and I was like, oh, what's he playing? And then I just tuned out of it. What is my favorite faction so far? I was drawn to Celestials. Are pretty cool just because they're so innovative, right? I mean, we haven't seen this before. Like, buildings are just flying around. You can plant your base anywhere. That has been nerfed a little bit in the recent patch, but the concept is still there. They're very reliant on the top bar as their energy resource to power up all of their buildings and upgrade them even harder. These Argents have gotten in for free into the main base. Parting, he's not going to be able to save this. It's going to do so much damage. Oh, and then they use the scan as well. Max said he uses the scan to make sure that they can track it beyond the map. So once again, Max said successful in the initial damage, but this time Max is going to continue the pressure. So he's already split up his army quite a bit. Parting was getting greedy with the camps. Max said only takes the vision and speed camp early on. If Max can take the second collection array out, that is massive. Now, he'd ideally not want to lose all his army. If he takes all three out, though, that's... I don't know how Parting recovers from that. I mean, Parting can push him out. It's not like Max has another stream of armies coming out, but he does have a bunch of Argents banked up, it seems. Oh, Parting's doing this. That is... I mean, listen, if this was a ladder game, I UGG out here for sure. Because now... Parting's lost all sources of income. He's got a couple puny prisms, which are your workers for Celestials mining, and they'll mine, but the collection array is just like infinitely faster. So he just lost, I would say, like 90% of his income, and he needs to bank that back up. They cost 350 Luminite to build again. So, but to invest that now, like, so Parting knows he kind of has to just go in right now. He's hoping that the army size is much smaller, but there are a bunch of Argents banked up, and you're going to be playing against them next to their power banks, so they'll be powered up. They'll have the enhanced shots. Okay, he'll take out an arc station, which is one of the main. That's the main building. He wants to get this. He wants to try to get the heals going so that he can fight them with the heals, but he's not going to be able to finish it in time. He wants to channel. He's trying to block them off, but they're already on. They already got 1 foot. They've already got 1 foot in. They're playing hokey pokey. Oh, that's... If he had gotten that, he can actually probably hold there. You can kind of turtle up because it gives you passive healing. But it's actually pretty big. Okay, so Parting's going to try to hold. Max said, thought about chasing, wondering if this is kind of an all-in, but Parting backs off, and Max said's not going to greed for it, right? There's so much distance that eventually the income could come back up, so Parting will have a chance to try to catch up. Oh, yo, Exco, I'll have to check that out. Is it open access right now for everybody? I'm curious to see how Parting holds on to this, because Max said at this point you're just going to constantly stream Argents out, right? He's keeping his Luminite low. He's using all of it. He's not taking any gas, by the way. Parting has been banking up Therium. Oh, there I go. There I said gas. Parting has been banking up Therium. He stopped now because he has to get so much Luminite, but Parting's trying to set up a little bit of a macro game with his scanners, try to get vision across the map, but it's not going to work out just well yet. Power bank has to be set up to make sure these Argents are powered up. They want to have the stronger shot. So even if you have lower numbers, you want to hit harder. Oh, save that one. So he'll hold him off for now. And Maxed's going to realize, and now the ball has kind of gone back to Maxed's court. If he's only going to be banking up a bunch of Luminite, he needs to make sure his army size is bigger to break through this power bank. The Sovereign's Watch being used. I like him using the Arc Station kind of as a shield forward. So if you A-move, the Argents will be shooting up in the air first, because they do have anti-air. Oh, okay. Get the creeps going. They're gonna destroy your collection chamber first. Oh no, that's not what Parting wanted. Ideally, the creeps are aggroing onto the enemy's army, but your own building's gonna be tanking it now. Oh, this is unfortunate. Oh no. I don't know if Parting can hold on to this. I mean, Maxed cannot do the damage he needs to, but Parting, other than that, yeah, the Guardian Nexus goes down. The upgrades are going to be stopped for the time being, and you're going to have to rebuild that up if you want to fight eventually. The Sovereign's Watch being used again. Parting cutting it very close. Now, Maxed is over on his energy, so he's going to have to reset there. Maxed just doesn't quite have the full power to get through this. So Parting wants to just clear these up so his collection chamber stays alive. Not going to be able to do that, though. Okay, they get close enough. They draw the aggro. Okay, so Parting wants to make sure he channels it first. The channel has stopped, but he has the bigger army for the time being, I believe. It's kind of hard to tell with the count right now. Maybe not quite, but there's backup coming. Does he have enough for another Sovereign's Watch? I don't think so. It should be on cooldown on this building anyway. Okay, you're going to have to bank up your energy again. I mean, this is just a battle. You do not want to use or lose your upgraded Arc Station here. I forget what the upgraded version is called. I mean, Parting's holding on as best as he can. Sovereign's Watch comes out again, so he is overloaded now. So things are going to be slower, right? The backup not going to be produced as quickly. He's going to go ahead and build another collection chamber. He's so over. He can't surge as many buildings anymore. But Parting, considering it more important to do that, you can always plop down more power banks. Yeah, and Maxed has figured it out. He says, okay, things have slowed down here. Clearly, the backup's not happening as fast as possible. So we're just going to go. Wait, those fish bones come out from the Argents? I just realized. Maxed has committed a bit largely into this, though. He's going to have to kite well here. I thought you might just go for the power banks right away to slow things down, but he is going to lose the main force. Backup incoming, so now just trying to go for a split harass here for Maxed. And there's another collection array. The fact that Parting's holding on, I mean, what a... Dude, what a... Dude, 1v1 game players are just built different, dude. How do you not GG out of this? That's insane. Oh, there are drops for this game, yes. Although I think the drops were to unlock game access a day early, but it should be open access now. I think there might be drops for like pets and stuff. I would double check that, which I haven't collected yet. The pets are just like these chickens that they'll roam around your own base. I have noticed that, and this is gonna have to get fixed. They sometimes block your building placement, which that's definitely not intended. So they're definitely have to switch that. Okay, so the Swiftness Tower, Maxed actually could probably just channel this tower and fight him from range there, because the extra speed here is actually allowing Parting to kite and survive. I don't know how Parting is doing this. This is insane. Pets and shaders. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a free-to-play game. Might as well collect them. Give it a shot. It is in early access. If you don't like where it's at for development right now, you could always come back to it again. The 1v1 part, all of the 1v1 part will always be free to play, they've said, right? All the multiplayer part will always be free to play, but like you know, the cosmetics, the co-op, like heroes, unlocking the later levels of heroes. You can always try every hero up to level 5. That's the other thing, is that you can always play with the hero up to their level 5 in co-op. You just can't like max them out and use all of their abilities. And then the campaigns are going to be paid in the future. I think that like initial chapter for every faction is going to be open, and that'll probably be tiered later on as the game goes on. But Parting's held on so far. He's a little bit behind. I don't know if fighting this is advantageous for Parting. He's trying to use the Sovereign's Watch to make sure that he can overcome the numbers here, but we'll see. There's a decent amount of energy banked up for some of the Argents over on Maxed's side. Oh, a power bank here. This is great from Parting. So he's trying to make sure that he can push them out further and fight them from further up front. Once again, still no Therium. Parting stomped on Therium as well, because he's accepted now that it's just an Argent battle. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be showcasing a lot of different units in this one. But these are your most basic units. They only cost minerals. They got range, so they're both anti-air and anti-ground. So Maxed just going to try to get back ahead with some extra resources from the camps, but you've now given an opportunity for Parting to catch back up. Parting banking up minerals. Just used a bunch. Does he put down another collection array? It felt like it might be, or it might be a bunch of production buildings. Because I don't know if you feel comfortable enough. What did he put down? Maybe it was just a bunch of Argents. Might have been. His army has gotten very big. Similar size, not that different. Meanwhile, so Parting thinks, okay, now we've got some breathing room. I feel like my army size is comparable, so he's going to try to expand, try to go for the later game. But this one, if the forward units get taken out here, Parting's going to have to go on turtling mode once again. Yeah, he's going to have to just bail here. The kiting's not going to be that effective. You do have power banks here, so you can fight here on the map. That's where Parting's trying to go. That way he'll get energy recharge, but he is way overloaded on energy. Okay, you've got the healing camp on your side as well. He's trying to kite them, make sure that his weaker units are healing. He's actually just holding close. Oh, he wants the back units with the energy to try to get them. I don't know if he has it activated auto. Usually it's just auto-activated. I can't imagine he's turned it off ever. Okay, vision camp being given over. But you spend just a little bit of turn here. That mineral income is going to start to allow you to get back up a lot faster. Power bank on top of the healing camp. I love that. So basically, you're looking to make this a mini fort here and turtle up there so your Argents can get healing, but also get energy recharge so they have the powered up upgraded shots, more damage. Oh, a little split and conquer here from Maxed. Maxed, he knows he basically has to go for guerrilla tactics to win this match. It hasn't been going well head on, and he is going to get another collection array. Dude, he's destroyed like 4 collection arrays. How is Parting keeping in this? How is he keeping his head in the game? And that's going to allow Maxed to take over this impromptu fort for the time being. He is kiting them far away. This is going to buy Maxed a lot of time. Parting has to split his forces. Yeah, he understands. He doesn't want to lose. This is really the bulk of his main force. He's just kind of ditched his extra econ out here. The Therium hasn't really been mined for a long time anyway. The collection array trying to escape. The Zenith scan should give enough range. I think Maxed takes this one out. Oh, maybe barely not. Oh, the concave on the trees. It ruins it for him. He's not able to take that out, and now those forces are gone. Parting split his army just enough, and Maxed does not know yet, I don't think, that this is being mined out here. I mean, this is at this point, this is a mental battle, by the way, because it's just Argents. It's whoever is making the correct decisions at a micro level. But Parting kind of has that in his back pocket. He knows he has more here, so that's why he was able to just kind of prioritize which battle to take from his natural. You know, the double Luminite natural. He basically kind of ditches. There's nothing going on here other than power banks and a collection array. So great decision making from Parting. But Maxed, I mean, he's doing his best. But I think Maxed had basically already all-in on this fight, right? He hasn't been expanding another collection array. He's only working off of the 3 nodes, and every time he's gotten a bit of a lead, he's been trying to maximize his army size. but Parting holds on just enough that it hasn't been that impactful. Uh-oh. Watch out for your arc station here, Parting. There you go. So the change to the Sovereign's Watch, the ability that turns your buildings into turrets, you can only use it when you're next to a collection array, right? So next to like a base of yours where there is econ being worked. So you can't use that out in the field anymore. You used to be able to use it wherever, although I don't think you could use it on the flying arc station anyway. So these guys are getting healing, so they're a lot tankier right now, but the numbers just absolutely advantageous. Now this building does have passive healing ability as well, as long as it has energy. So that's why Parting is kind of keeping it close to a lot of his Argents. So he's he's counteracting it enough to make sure that Maxed can't just turtle up on the healing tower. You need an idea for dinner? How about some pad thai? I'm craving some pad thai at 3 a.m. Dude, I think Parting's going to win. Because here's the thing. Parting has started bringing up Therium as well. Parting's looking for a nail in the coffin against Maxed at some point. And I don't think Maxed realizes this. I mean, I think Maxed does at this point, but like he hasn't confirmed it. But at this point, he's kind of pigeonholed himself. Still no extra collection arrays. Still no extra creep camps. I mean, Maxed's the one that's busy. You can tell kind of from his army movement that he feels like he needs to do another hit. And he's trying to continuously wrap around and hit the bases of Parting. But it's not working out. I think this is the GG's going to be called here soon. You're going to lose your army. You realize more backups coming. It's not, at this point, it's not even about mental, just because I think Maxed knows, yeah, the GG comes out. You know your base doesn't have enough to carry on. So Parting wins 2-1. Dude, what a hold from Parting. GG. I could never. 1v1 gamers are built different. It's like in fighting games too, right? You're down to a sliver of health, you kept getting comboed, and like pro players will still stay in it and they'll start blocking and they'll make a comeback, and I'm just like, dude, how? My mental's already out the window at that point, man. That's insane. That was I mean, it was all Argents, but that was a very fun game. Like, that was a very fun RTS game, IMO. Let me see if I can spruce this up live here. Okay. Hey, it's Calaris. Doon, 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 doon. And Roddy and Zombie Grow. Love to see the gang out here. Who? Pad Thai from an Irish Thai restaurant. Who plays next? It should be Theory and Mana. So Theory is the guy who actually got me to try Infernals. I've never tried the like grotesque or demonic race, the monster race, so to speak, like Zerg. I've never been a fan of those races, but Theory's play was so charming at the Tasteless TV Showdown. You could tell, like, he was showing off a little bit, right? He was flaunting the race. Now, was that the best way to play every match? Probably not, but he definitely showcased the race, IMO, the faction. So I'm curious to see what he's cooked up with some of the changes, because I feel like Infernals probably had the most like neutral balance made through this patch. I've been actually, because I've gotten comfy enough to a point where I know how to build my like bread and butter core and just try to out macro the other guys, but that's gonna hit a limit, especially against Celestials. Unless you do it early enough, once they get Animancers, they get an ability that's similar to Psionic Storm, so it's an AoE ability that slows and it does damage over time. So just like a mass death ball doesn't really work as the Infernals. So, oh, this was the first game that we kind of missed out on. But yeah, I don't know what Mana has been playing. I think Mana has been playing Celestial as well? Or Infernal? One or the other? Trying to download some assets that we were given, chat, so I can spruce up what things look like here during our break. Not that it really matters. But hey, we might as well. We got some time. Yeah, if you have any other questions about the game, feel free to ask. I have been enjoying it a decent amount, so... The 1v1's very fun. I think if you are interested in RTSs at all, also if you're kind of new to RTSs, I think it's a good time to get into it just because it's new, right? And nobody knows what they're doing. Everything is experimental, and you can, you know. But if you're also the type who's like, dude, I don't know how to work my brain around an RTS. I need builds to be set. Then, you know, obviously just wait a little bit. Now that it's going to be free to play early access, I think more guides and stuff will come out. So I'm trying to. I think I'm going to look to build some just very basic guides for like new players, right? Just a basic understanding of like, hey, this is how you get started. Like, this is how you get your base started. These are the units you want to build initially, and this is how you want to build them. And then from there, you start to learn the game on your own. So we'll probably work on that if you're new to it. I'll have that coming up for you soon. Been kind of drafting it out in my spare time away from VCT. Yeah, I'm curious how an official 3v3 is going to work. Again, I think it's meant to have heroes, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I know the co-op has heroes, but I think the 3v3 will as well. Yeah, Milo. I'll be looking to make like short YouTube videos. So I think that's going to be something we put up on our main channel. I'm going to create a second channel for like playthroughs and stuff. I think I want to eventually separate those. So we'll do that as well. But yeah, again, I've also never played RTSs at a super high level. But I think my goal, especially for this game and this genre, is that there's already plenty of like super in-depth, and obviously the pros will come up with a bunch of builds as time goes on. But I want to help newer players just get into the genre, whether it's Stormgate, whether it's other games, you know, doesn't matter. But because I do kind of miss it. What else we got here? What other assets do we got here? there's a folder for unit and structure models, but it's just celestials. I guess they are the coolest. They are the coolest. The coolest looking, I guess. There used to be a there used to be a little here it is. It's in a separate link. Used to be a little overlay you could put on. It was kind of nice. All right, let's see how this works here. Okay, how does this work? How does an image slideshow work here? Add files. Okay, that works. Oh, these are like super fast. Hold on. I think we're gonna go with like this much time, make it a little slower. There we go. Make this a little slower as well. There we go. Hey, we got something. I assume there might be a bigger map, etc., but the co-op needed between those 3 players. Well, yeah, I'm sure 3v3 maps will be totally separate. Is this on stream? Oh, on Steam. Yes, it is on Steam. Yes, it is. It is out on Steam. Again, let me double check. I think it should be available now. Stormgate Steam. Yeah, it says free to play is available now. So if you play free to play, you'll figure it out as you go into it. But there are, I guess I should put in more artwork instead of just screenshots, but it's whatever. If you play free to play currently, you can play the first chapter, so the first 3 missions of the Vanguard campaign for free. You can play co-op for free, but you'll get 1 hero that you can level up, baseline hero, and then the other heroes you can try up to level 5. So you can still test them out, but if you want to like level them up fully, like if you're into co-op and you want to level your hero, basically you have like a hero unit that's your commander, and they have special abilities and special units they can call. Then if you want to max out all their like talents and stuff, then you have to buy it. And then the 1v1 mode is free. Skins and stuff obviously not free, but the 1v1 mode, like all the maps, all the factions, all available. They've said that's not going to change. Like they're not going to gate any content, actual 1v1 competitive content behind any payment. It's just cosmetic stuff. So there won't be any like pay to win. There won't be any, you know, only I can play this faction. How can people be so good? So these are all like StarCraft pros or ex-StarCraft pros. 100%. Like these guys, this showcase is by pros. Like these are pro players. And for instance, like I know for a fact, like Party in Theory are like they've already committed that they're Stormgate pros. Like they're gonna become Stormgate pros. They're gonna play in the tournaments and leagues, and esports plans have already been announced. So that's going to be there. So these are like the top of the top for sure. Trust me. Again, if the tournament ends early, maybe I'll stream a little bit. But there's people that aren't good, like me. I'm gonna eat some rice cakes that our mother-in-law sent us because I didn't really eat I ate a little bit of rice for dinner, but not much, and then I just took a quick nap, a 2-hour nap. But yeah, the 1v1 mode's fun. The only thing I would say is if you haven't really ever played an RTS, don't get too daunted. You know, look for some beginner guides. Again, I'll try to put up some just to get your feet wet. It's the same with any 1v1 game, quite frankly. Like when you first, it's like the same with fighting games. IMO is that when you first try it as a newbie, like it just feels like you're just getting bodied left and right, and you're like, well, shoot, like this game's not fun. But it's really stream. Yeah, this started an hour ago, so I took a nap and woke up just so I could co-stream it. Are you not on the VCT broadcast? Nope, not for Champions, but we are watch partying. So we'll be watch partying in about 14 hours for the DRX game. Oh, I'm so nervous about that game, by the way, chat. DRX versus Sentinels, I'm so nervous. I saw the AMA that Hao Donghead did, and someone translated some of his answers. I agree with him that I think DRX comes in with a stronger plan so far for Champions, but Sentinels definitely looks stronger and more consistent in terms of individual form, despite DRX, you know, going up with, you know, 2-0 in the upper bracket. You should get some sleep. I slept for like, actually, I said 2 hours, but my math is wrong. I slept for like almost 4 hours. It's not too bad. In the morning, I'm gonna, once this is over, again, if it ends early, maybe I'll take another nap. But if not, in the morning, I'm gonna get my hair cut, and then I'm actually gonna meet up with Anders from Fnatic, the strategic coach, the guy who makes like all the comps and stuff. He's coming into Korea soon, like sometime today. So we're gonna catch up, gonna grab some food with him, and then I think he's gonna try to go watch the games at the venue. Obviously, I'll come back to watch party it here. So that'll be nice. No, J Kizzle, you're not being toxic. Milo's just like the most toxic person ever in this chat. But that's not saying much because we try to keep it pretty tame. Milo likes to pretend that I'm trying to overthrow every government in the world. He tries to spread rumors in the chat. Don't listen to Milo. Oh, for VCT? Yeah, the time zones are rough. If only the Earth was flat. Am I right, chat? If only the Earth was flat, esports would flourish. Sorry, Milo. I realized what I had said, and I was like, oh, I usually don't make that mistake of just using one pronoun. That is my bad. Usually, if I don't know, which I don't know for any of you guys, I just say they. My apologies. It is flat. Oh no, here we go. I think that, you know, to be fair, I haven't met anyone in person that had the name Milo. Also, to be fair, most Milos I know are dogs. So thank you for giving me that excuse out. Seth and Paper Thin are there as a duo. I think that's the biggest thing, is that I don't have a fixed duo for one. And I'll be very honest. I think. Listen, I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it outright honestly. It sucks, and I'm a little bummed out just because like there's so many other logistical reasons that I feel like I could have been adding great value, like even if it's just on the desk. But casting wise, as much as I would love to, and I don't think I'm like lacking anything, like right, I'm not gonna sit here and be like I don't deserve to be on there, but also at the same time, I mean, there's a lot I want to fix for my casting as well. So that's not my cope. That is just, I'm just trying to be objective about myself. But it sucks. I mean, it sucks, but oh well. No, I didn't get this reference from your name. What is the chocolate drink? The only chocolate drink I drank was Korean stuff and then Nesquik. Although strawberry Nesquik was like by far superior, if we're being honest. I don't know it. Oh. the music for the like play entrance is so loud. Theory and Mana. There's a fun little story about Theory and parting that was on Tasteless's channel, where they did interviews prior to the Tasteless TV showdown. Apparently, Theory just used to be this like super regular viewer of Parting's chat. He was like always in the chat saying hi. Uh-oh. The stream died. It's back. And now they're playing on the same team, Aftermath Esports. Not to bite the hand that feeds, but they do this to League too. I mean, listen, I will say, I'm no stranger to working with Riot. There are certain things where I know exactly why they're doing it, and I don't necessarily blame them, whether it sucks or not. I mean, that's a different question. There are certain things where I don't understand, and that's okay. It's not for me to understand. It is what it is. Listen, I still like the game. I'm still going to work on the game as much as I can. You know, whatever I get to cast, I will cast. If not, I'll make some content. But also, you know, especially with the off season coming up, I'm going to be looking to work on other games like Stormgate. So other games that I enjoy. So it is what it is. I mean, it's, you know, here's the thing is that quite frankly, unless you're in a really good spot, you know, eventually you want to diversify your portfolio. All right, we got Isle of Dread, Jagged Maw. Really? So this map is hated by everyone in the community. Basically, it looks like a little C shape, right? It looks like this. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get there. We're jumping right into game. Wow, I can't believe we're watching Jagged Maw in a best of 3. But anyway, it is going to be Celestial versus Infernal. So no Vanguard this tournament, which is unfortunate because I feel like the patch has made some interesting changes to Vanguard with the Lancers being a bit more viable early game. But we've got Theory in the bottom left. In the blue as the Infernal. Theory in the bottom left as the Infernal. And we got Mana coming in as the Celestials up top. Man, Mana, that's not a name I've said or heard in a long while here. So so Theory is the guy that basically his play at the Tasteless TV Showdown convinced me to try out Infernals, and I've been enjoying it a lot. Although eventually I think I'll probably go back to Vanguard. Is this Skull gonna spot the Starforge? No, it's such an unconventional position. It's just in the middle of nowhere. He's scouting out for expansions, and Theory, does he realize what's going on? Because immediately he doesn't see any additional collection arrays in the double Luminite Natural. And he just realizes, okay, there's only one thing. He didn't quite see the collection chamber, but that collection chamber there is, I think, for bait. I think these are going to be early Vectors here. Yep. Vectors come out, so Mana, instead of going for early Argents, he's just going to go for instant early Vectors. It's crazy that the Vectors don't cost more. What are the bug things? Which bug things? These guys? These guys, the demonic looking things are the Infernals. Oh, now he spotted the Vector. So Theory's going to know instantly what's going on here. He's going to put... Oh, shoot. The creep took that out. So the Infernals have a mechanic called Shroud. Oh, he's going to need to micro these Fiends really well. The Brute can't catch up. He's got to try to surround him. Gets the heal off. Okay, the speed's going to help. Oh, the Vector's trying to block the speed as much as possible. Okay, they get the speed buff. Theory, can you micro yourself around this? The Brute still can't catch up to the Vectors. So he's going to break them all into Fiends. Oh, but he can't quite get the surround. Oh, the Blink's too strong. Okay, he gets away with one. So I would say Theory already doing okay, right? It's not like the Vectors are coming by enough. And so there's this mechanic called Shroud for Infernals. The baseline explanation is that it's creep, like Zerg, but it doesn't quite work the same way. But it gives you, you know, similar buffs as you'd imagine. Theory's trying to make sure he doesn't ever give up the speed camp, so he's trying to just hold these Brutes here. The Brutes can split into Fiends themselves. In Theory, I think he's going to be looking to build some Gaunts as soon as possible. He's got the initial batch here. You know that this is an all-in. So Theory knows that as long as he holds on... Oh, no! The speed camp is being given over! Okay, he's got it. And now he's just going to hold. All right, Mana, does he recognize it? He does. He's going to chase him out. We see it on the minimap. He's maxed out on Luminite. He's getting Therium as well. So Theory's just saying, hey, I know how to hold on to this. I'm gonna ramp up from here. This dude is all-inning on Vectors. And he's okay with that. Oh, the worker harass is coming in, though, so that's a bit of an annoying thing. This guy's not a worker, though. This little guy's a... What's he called? A Fellhound? So these are from the supply buildings of the Infernals. There's a lot to explain here if you're new to Stormgate. Who makes this game? It's a studio called Frost Giant Studios. It's a bunch of ex-Blizzard devs, and obviously now I'm sure other people. But a bunch of people who used to work on, like, different parts of StarCraft 2. You know, some people who used to work on Warcraft 3. Things like this. Mana Guy's logo. Oh, this. Oh, it does look like a bug here because of the graphics. This is the Celestial. This is the flying, like, high-tech looking faction that we've been seeing. This is the Arc Station that's flying around, the Nexus that's flying around. So that's the unique thing about Celestials, is that their buildings, their base building can fly right off the bat, and you can plant buildings anywhere you want. Oh. Okay, so it's going to be a meat farm to try to defend. Oh, dude, Theory is microing this. He is just... he's just holding them at bay. Dude, I never understood how Zerg players were so good at that, by the way. I mean, Mana knows he's kind of all in on this. Dude, what's going on here? Why do we have... Oh, no, all creeps camps give vision for the observer, I see. All right, so these are going to start to create Fellhounds, the little aggressive-looking bulldog things we saw earlier in the base, the alien bulldogs. And so these give supply. They increase the supply limit for Infernals, but they also passively generate these small units called Fellhounds, and they will defend actively around their own meat farm. And then they die. You can only have up to 3 for any meat farm, and then they die, and you know, you keep refreshing. So he's trying to just hold on. He's trying to ramp up during all of this. Where are the Gaunts, Theory, man? Yes, this is the new patch for sure. We've been seeing, I mean, Celestial versus Celestial, we saw 2 games of Argent Ball and then 1 game of, like, Vector versus Scythe, so it's already much more diversified. No Vanguards this tournament, which is unfortunate. I was interested in the new Vanguards. I do like the Vectors. I'm glad the Vectors are seeing more use. I think the Vectors are a cool unit. I think they might be a bit overpowered, but the Observer UI is wrong, by the way. It says 12 out of 4. I don't know why it says that. It's 12 out of 12. 12 is the max you can have for efficiency on any Luminite node. Theory, what's going on here? He hasn't been really able to micro this. He's just going to GG out. That's unfortunate. He did his best. Well, that's a rough one. The Vector Rush. I mean, that Starforge was hidden. That map was so wide. I think that's a big one. Curious then what Mana's going to do on Jagged Maw now. Okay, so this map we're about to see, chat, it's a C-shaped map, so it looks like a little horseshoe. It's a horseshoe map. And you start here and here. And what used to happen is Celestials have flying buildings, and they have this thing called a Morph Core, which turns into buildings, but also can fight, that flies. So they would just immediately cheese you out here. And like, you couldn't do anything about it. But now the Morph Core has been nerfed infinitely. Like, it cannot do damage on its own anymore. It can fight, but like, it's very minimal. So, curious to see. It's still, I mean, obviously it's still whoever gets like drops early or whatever is going to be pretty strong. I wonder if Mana goes straight for Scythes, but Scythes, I mean, Vectors don't cost Therium, which is the big thing here. I think that might change in the future. They're just so fast. Quite frankly. The harass you can do with them is so strong. I think you would need like a turret type building, right? So for Infernals, it's Shroud Stones. All right off the bat, we have Mana up top, and we have Theory on the bottom. Theory immediately going for a little bit of an early scout, but he's going to group up. Very early Conclave. That's the building that's going to give him the ranged units. Sound is dead again. It's back now. The music's very soft, but I don't know why they have the in-game music so soft. They could bump it up a bit. Okay, so an early Morph Core is still coming. And Theory's actually just gonna... He's just trying to keep tabs on it. They're not attacking each other, which is... That's funny. Okay, so now it's a Starforge, so you know it's the Vectors coming out again. Vector Cheese coming out again. What were these imps doing? What was Theory looking to do here? I wish I could see it. Oh, here comes the first Vector. It's been surged. It's Vector Rushes all throughout. Come on, Mana. Are we really going to do Vector Rushes all in a row? So he's building early meat farms to try to keep them at bay, and the early Gaunts come out. He's going to try to get this healing camp so they can heal. He's using the Fellhounds from the meat farm to help tank this. Gonna use the Shroud to get the white shield, the white health, which is kind of like a shield mechanic for Infernals. Okay, so already Theory... So he basically suspected this is going to happen. He wants to prevent any rushes from completely wrecking him. He is going a little far out. Right, and this Conclave is meant to make the wraparound a lot harder, so the Vectors would have to get damaged as they go through. And immediately the first one, very weak. Not being able to take it out is a bit unfortunate. He's going to look to build a Shroud Stone as well. So, I mean, this thing, if it goes into the worker line, that vector's dead anyway. So I don't think you worry about that one too much. You just send the Fiends after it. Make sure it's not going to get any cheap shots against your units. Maybe take the healing camp. Yep, you just have Fiends and the Fellhounds defending this thing. The Gaunt just makes sure that the healing camp is in your favor. And now he's going to destroy that Starforge. Yeah, destroy the cheese. I actually love cheese, but the same rush 2 times in a row? No, we're not a fan of that. No, I think now you can just destroy that one. I don't think you care too much. As long as you can hold on to the healing camp. You give her the healing camp, it's a little bit of trouble, but... Okay, so Mana's accepted that, I think, now. So he just wants to take extra resources while he can with the vectors. The speed buff will help. But the Starforge is gone. The cheese is dead. It's rotten. It's gone. Throw it out in the trash. And now... Okay, so he believes the Shroud Stone alone should be enough. You know that most of them are kind of damaged, so... The extra speed buff is going to help. Okay, they've come back. Oh, couldn't get the Gaunts are very weak. This is the bread and butter unit composition for Infernals, by the way, is Brutes and Gaunts. Brutes are obviously the big looking dudes, and the Gaunts are the skull looking dudes, and they've got ranged bouncing attacks, but they're very weak, but in masses they're strong, and they can have an upgrade that gives Infest on hit. Infest is it's very, very small damage over time, but also that means if a unit infested dies, it produces Fiends, the fast circling looking things when it dies. So rush faster. It's called a rush for a reason. You think they'll ever go back in the Celestial design of supply or make the power needs more aggressive early game? I don't think they'll ever go back on the supply design, which we'll see if it becomes too big of a problem. But for those wondering, so 300 is the max supply, or the max number of like units you can have in a game of Stormgate. In StarCraft it's 200, but you have to build buildings usually for most factions in any RTS. You have to build buildings to increase your maximum supply, and then you pick and choose, like, are you making more workers, are you making more army units, and then like big units cost more supply, right? Things like that. The interesting thing about Celestials is they start with maximum. They start with 300. There is no supply units or supply buildings. So it takes away a lot from having to invest into that. Now, you know, you could argue some of their other stuff is more expensive. The workers are more expensive, but then you have collection arrays. So I actually don't know how the math works out. Like, is this fair or not in the long run? But I feel like they won't ever go back on that. Oh, Theory's just saying I'm going to clap back. Those 3 vectors, I don't even give a damn about them. My base is fine. The Shroud Stone alone is enough. I've got the healing camp. So Theory, he wants to take this healing camp. And okay, he's going to neutralize it. Oh, and the surround. And they've been infested. Oh, that's more Fiends. Oh, this hurts. This hurts for Mana. Oh, boy. So Mana does have a link node or a strike node. So it's the little turret-like building. But Theory's not looking to end the game. He just needs to make sure that he's doing damage and keeping him at bay, because Mana's already invested so heavily into the early game. Look at these Fiends. Look at them. This Argent doesn't know where to go, man. This Argent doesn't know what's going on. He's like, dude, I just got warped in, man. What am I supposed to do out here? Mana needed to bring back the vectors. I don't think you can actually fight this with just these 2. Yeah, you're going to need more units because of the healing. The passive healing's too big. More units are on the way as well. More Brutes. Wow, Theory's going all Brutes right now. He has Therium. But the Fiends are what he wants because the vectors are so fast, right? And the Argents are slow. So the Fiends are good against both because you can help basically isolate the fights here. The Shroud going to help with the white health. And, oh, I mean, okay, so Sovereign's Watch being used. Oh, it's going to be Seraphims. That's Mana's answer. Okay, since he already had an early Starforge, the Seraphims are a flying anti-ground unit. And this is good right now because you realize Theory is mostly Brutes, and that's all anti-ground. It's ground-to-ground units. The Gaunts and the Hexen, the little Elder Shaman-looking dude, are the only anti-air units that Theory has right now. His base has Shroud Stones, but he can't actually fight against these guys right now much. So more Gaunts are coming, but it's a bit of a stalemate for the time being. How much time is each map? Until someone dies. There's no time limit in a game of Stormgate. But generally, I would say, like, on average... I mean, it's hard to tell because it's the meta's, like, in flux, right? It's a very early game. But how much was it for at Tasteless TV? I mean, I would say on average, you're looking at, like, 15 minutes a map. 15 minutes. I think 20 is... You're already getting into a bit of a longer game, IMO. But in pro games, it could differ. My experience is, like, 10 to 15, depending, unless it just ends in a rush. But pro games could be different. We don't have a timer on the observer screen, which is unfortunate. I also don't know why this map, the map UI, is just, like, way bigger. I guess it's really to showcase how small the map is. That's true. Celestials were very different in the Tasteless event as well. I think Theory's looking fine for now, though. Overall, he's gotten up to 56 supply. The actual supply they have, it's 10 apart. It's not too bad. But the Seraphims are going to prove to be an issue. They're pretty fast, too. So Mana's still looking for harass, harass, harass. That's the name of the game for Mana right now. And these guys can circumvent the Shroud Stone. So that's going to be a big one. Oh, but immediately got Shadow Flyers. Theory's fast on the reactions. He's already had a Starlight, or a Twilight, whatever. What is it called? What's it called? Twilight Shroud? I don't remember. I have it here somewhere. Twilight Spire, really? The main building? Oh, the main building is a shrine. So he's got Shadow Flyers, which are anti-air units, air-to-air anti-air units. So they're basically suicide bombers. And then you can upgrade them to do air-to-ground on buildings in the future. Down the road, I should say. Does look like we've got the Infest upgrade on the Gaunts. So automatically, everything the Gaunts touch, when they die, they will build more Fiends, which are the little Zergling dudes. You got the speed camp as well. So it's mass Gaunts to combat these Seraphims, and they do not have a chance. More Fiends on the way. Ooh, that Seraphim's living. But the speed buff on the camp is huge too. These Gaunts are so fast. Does he have the actual move speed upgrade as well? He might. See if they ever click on that Gaunt again. Theory's been ramping up while we've been watching the skirmishes. He denies the Therium camp, takes it for himself. He's going to deny this speed camp, take it for himself. That's a lot of... I actually don't know if camps stack on each other. I just realized. I've never considered that. But anyway, lots of harass against the Prisms. Theory knows that he just needs to lower the economy right now. It's not as much as a collection array, but it'll get the job done. Shroud Stone to just do a little bit of passive healing on the white health. You can see it creeping up a little bit, you know, just keeps the shield up for just a bit longer. And he says, you know what, I'm happy with that. I've just, you know, I've denied a little bit of income. You still got collection arrays here and here. I think Mana has a collection array here as well on the double Luminite node. So he actually has more income than Theory has seen, although Theory might suspect it since it's a Celestial. All right, we got double Twilight Spires. What else we got going on here? Uh-oh. The Animancers are coming out. The Animancers are coming out. All right, so these guys have the AoE spells that are going to absolutely wreck Infernos. I'm curious what Theory's answer is going to be here, other than surrounding it with Fiends and completely wrecking it. So that's huge. The first Animancer coming out. Still not used to all the names. I had all these sheets prepped for the Tasteless TV showdown. So we do have the double enhanced Therium. So Therium, the gas, or you know, or the secondary resource, they become enhanced and they start to, the little patches start to glow green over time. And if that happens, you can mine them faster. But you know, you can still mine them even before that. So you're going to get more Therium. Infernos are very Therium hungry, especially if you want like the tankier units against things like the Animancer. Now what Mana just did was he took a rocket launcher camp. So that spawns a tank, a rocket launching tank. And it's going to start to automatically path towards the enemy base on the minimap. I don't think Theory's actually seen that it's been taken yet, so... No, this matchup is very interesting. Mana's recovered from the rush. He's got this extra collection array as well. Yes, it is at EWC. They're basically doing it before the StarCraft tournament at EWC. But there's going to be more events coming up. I know in Korea there's a streamer showdown happening soon, like next week or something. Oh, and this is the AoE. The Dark Prophecy is coming in so good against the ground units. That's why we've got the Weaver. It's trying to bring in units, but he's not able to target the Animancer, so he's just going to try to target the early Argent, just try to dwindle the numbers. But right now, this fight is looking rough for Theory. He wants the Weavers to be able to bring them in. The Shadow Flyer is just trying to stay at bay. And look at the rockets coming in. The rocket launching tank, the V5 rocket launcher. So that's a unit you get from destroying that boss camp. He had Magmadons to try to stun the front line. So I think the idea from Theory was I'll stun and push back the front line, allowing the Weavers to get close. I'll pull in the Animancers, and then I win the fight. But the Death Ball is a little strong right now. And the rocket, this is smart for mana. The rocket launcher actually helps a ton, because the range is just too big. Nothing from Theory outranges this right now. He would have to get us around, but he doesn't have enough army. He's down to 80 supply, 90 supply. I think it might be GG. I think Theory is hoping that the Shroud Stones allow and the Choke Point allows him to fight a little bit. He doesn't have Flaming Imp upgrades yet, it seems. The Imps are just automatically mining at the moment. Okay, he does have Flaming Imp. He made it look like they're mining, and they Flaming Imps. That's actually so good. It's a good attempt. I don't think he's going to win off of it, but that's funny. Okay, the stun has come through from the Magmadon. It's going to trample through. It's going to allow them to close the gap a little bit, but you still don't have a surround. You can't actually get through. There's no gods to fight this. The Weaver's going to take that out. The Weaver actually does health percentage based damage, so it's going to be able to try to fight these guys. It is pretty tanky. He'll take down the rocket launcher. That gives you a little bit of time. More Imps on the way to try to set up. He's going to try to go for a surround. Try to bait them into Flaming Imps, and here we go. The stun's trying to keep them at bay. Do we have surrounds coming in? No. Where are these Imps going? They're going somewhere else. Maybe he's trying to expand off of this. Flaming Imps to keep them at bay. So these workers, you can get an upgrade to turn them into basically your version of Banelings. They channel in again. They channel, and then they just turn into fireballs. Oh, I mean, he's holding on, but the army is not stopping here. These Shadow Flyers can't do anything. You can get the air to ground upgrade, but I think that's only for buildings, if I'm not mistaken. The income has drastically decreased for Theory. Mana's actually spent a bunch of his as well. Where are these Imps going? Observer, there's a bunch of Imps flying around the map. I think these are Imps. No, they're flying. Are these Shadow Flyers? What's going on up here? Oh, he destroyed. Okay, so he sent Shadow Flyers and he destroyed the collection arrays. Yep, and there they go. They just dive bomb onto the enemy collection arrays. Okay. That was Theory's idea, was that, hey, I can stall yours, except he doesn't realize that there's still 700 Luminites backed up. I don't know if you can hold on with this. You got to destroy all your Imps, and the Weaver is just going to get bursted down. That Animancer is free to do whatever he wants against the ground units. And that is, I mean, you're doing what you can, but the Flaming Imps, once they start burning, they're on a timer, so it's just about kiting. Dude, that Theory of bait was pretty funny, though. Let's be honest. I think this is going to be a 2-0. I mean, he's doing whatever he can to try to destroy the econ here, but it's just not enough, because you've lost all your income as well, and you're down to your main base. That's going to start to run dry. Oh boy, oh, all these Imps. No, don't light them all up. They're all just gonna die. So oh, nice split from mana. So what you just saw, a little burst of green. That's a top bar ability that the Infernals have that just puts down a splash of Infest on everybody, so that when they die, they turn into Fiends. I mean, if he had gotten the Flaming Imps into Fiends, maybe he holds on, but that's a GG. That's a rough one. I mean, man, oh man, friggin' 2 cheeses in a row. I mean, this one, though, Theory held on. I agree. If Theory had identified what was going on early enough and transitioned his army, I think he could have been okay, but I don't think you saw the Seraphims coming. I mean, this is new, right? At least Liquid is winning somewhere. I don't know if... I think that one's a little hard to tell. I think, though... what is still going to be true about Celestials versus other races is that you basically have to still play a bit passive, right? Because these proxies are going to be pretty strong depending on the map. So We'll see. We'll see. NT though, NT from Theory. All right, I wonder, they're probably going to play the winners match first next, so see how that goes. I'm trying to add a... They gave us a little video bug we can use, but... it's not working. Maybe I'll add it later. Yeah, I think the playtest is over. Why is there no desk sound? So this is a clean feed. That's why. So we can just kind of chat on our own. But if we want to listen to the desk, we can bring it up here in a second here. Mute this entirely.
At the start of game.
But you can tell that Mana's played against that before because he moves it back and forth, and he knows eventually he's going to get ahead of the Hexen and be able to land somewhere. So well done by him.
We can listen to the desk during in between, right? Like and then just use the clean feed for the game.
He was looking pretty good, but I tell you, those Animancers when they come out, that is a hard unit to play against.
Yeah, very brutal. As they were mentioning in the cast here, Tasteless, Dark Prophecy, not only is it doing damage, which slowly ramps up over time, but the fact that it slows as well,
no, the fact that it slows off the bat is so rough.
Yeah, you really have to be in the position where you're not going to be affected by it ahead of time, because once they get in there and get that damage done, I mean, things are
the Animancers.
Let's take a look back at
the Animancers are what wreck me in the Inferno versus Celestial matchup. So a clean feed and broadcast is where we just get the base feed without any extra added audio, so no commentary audio, right? Sometimes it means that you're not getting like all the extra graphics and sponsorships and things like that, but generally it just means that you're not getting like the added voices.
Out micro absolutely everything in this early game. You have to feel bad.
So it allows us to talk about the game without like having the cast on.
Whilst not being totally successful with his vectors to begin things,
which normally I actually like that. I don't like using clean feeds for watch parties too much, but right now I just wanted to make sure like I was kind of thinking through the game. But if you guys want for the rest of it, we can use the dirty feed. We can use the main program.
Eventually, it was driven back here by Mana, and I gotta say, you know, if on Jagged Maw, which has been a very polarizing map, obviously because
what's my favorite RTS? You know, so the only RTSs I've like played to learn like properly are StarCraft 2 and now Stormgate. To be very honest, obviously I played lots of custom games on Brood War, but it was mostly just like me playing against AI because I wasn't allowed to play Brood War when I was a kid in Korea because my mom thought it was too gross and too brutal.
And this was a little
to be fair, the Marine dying sound was pretty brutal for its time.
One thing I really like about Theories and
but then I will say outside of that, I played a lot of versus AI, just on my own, a lot of Age of Empires 2. That's the one with the Korean faction, right? And maybe it's because Korea's in it, maybe not, but I loved Age of Empires 2, man. I loved Age of Empires 2. I actually really wanted to try Age of Empires 4, but
that you can use alongside the Argents, for example, or any units on the Celestial side.
Very different.
But I never got around to it.
I guess we'd say they were playing right. You know, if if you're one of those guys who's like, oh, Russian, you don't know how to play the game. Well, this is an example of playing Celestial, powering up, taking up, going for a push. And ultimately taking a win. Very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, the
Brood War stream, I should have. Dude, the QOL on Brood War is rough. When was Age of Empires 2 released even?
Get the Seraphim out a bit quicker for the defense, which isn't necessarily the
I mean, I think I played it late because I was just playing on my own. I think I might have even bought it used.
I've seen them take
I must have been in the States by then, so.
Obviously he's trying to utilize
Age of Empires 2 was cool though.
It felt like Theory started
1999, so I was 10 years old.
Bit too good, and just the timing of the animancers plus the catapult.
So I probably played it late because I remember playing it when I was in the States, but I had moved to the States in 2000, so or back to the States in 2000.
I mean, it does seem like there's this thing in Celestial versus Celestial, which is really about, are you able to tech, or is this going to be just a hardcore?
I'm not. I mean, depends on who you ask. I think I'm fine, but I'm not like young.
Showdown. We had at least 2 of them here today so far, and
wow, you're old.
Celestial heavy tournament for the small show match here.
That's funny.
We'll have to see.
I am older than it would seem.
Play that game where
like, you know, for a lot of other than like an RTS, like except for more like traditional genres like RTSs, you know, a lot of casters are not. I am on the older side of casters now, for sure.
Having so much Therium in terms of the games that happened before, because for a lot of those games that were in your
does that make me old because I've never had Milo?
But even in this one,
I think I'm a year older than Solo, actually. I think I'm a year older than Solo. I am the same old. I'm the same old. I'm getting old, guys. Can't talk. I am the same age as Sliggy and Angel from Navi. But I am technically I found out, to my shock, I am technically the oldest out of us 3 because my birth month is earlier than the other 2. I think Solo's a year younger than us. I can't remember.
And then, you know, get a really high quality army together. So I don't think that's indicative of someone who's just going to make Argents.
For sure, for sure. All right, let's check in with the bracket then here as we have 2 matches down, but we've got plenty more to come. We now know.
All right, Parting versus Mana. This is going to be an interesting one because if Mana tries to cheese again, I wonder what Parting's cooked up after getting his cheese ruined at the Tasteless TV showdown.
So Max said, in theory, down towards the bottom. My question.
Wait, no, I'm not 37. Is Solo 36? Maybe Solo's a year older than me then. Maybe I misspoke.
Infernal is having a bit of a rough time here versus the Celestials.
I just added 2 more years to me. I am 35. I'm 35. Okay. Solo's a year older than me. Okay, Solo's a year older than me.
We've got 3 Celestials and then just 1 Infernal. You kind of gotta root for Theory here. I hope he can pull it off.
I actually thought Sliggy was much younger. Well, not much younger, but I thought he was a bit younger.
Yeah, I think Max said is generally a pretty aggressive player. Every game that I've ever seen him play, Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2, and now here in Stormgate, he's
so Solo's a year older than me.
That's something that I think Theory has.
Oh, Bile is a year younger than me. That's who it is, I think. The current coach of Billy used to coach TNL.
And I think we're going to see him again later on in the bracket.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I was just kind of thinking bigger picture for a second.
Yeah, Sliggy,
about exactly all the possibilities.
I mean, he's very mature, but
realistically, we don't know what is the.
I don't know. I think he looks younger too. He's got you know, good energy.
And it's great to kind of see them.
Oh yeah, it's coming up. Yeah. He's August. I'm May. And then Angel is like November or something. We're like just a couple months apart each.
And then, of course, you've got the developers who are trying to figure out, okay, is this fair? Or do we like this? Is this the direction we want the game to go? And here we are in this very new version of Stormgate.
These mics are like so intrusive.
And we're seeing what they're trying to pull off here. But yeah, I always feel like the best time.
It feels like they're like trying to pretend we're in a sci-fi movie.
Time for RTS is right at the start, right when everybody's getting in.
All right, well, we've got plenty more to talk about, but before we do
Sliggy's got good hair. Dude, I've always had very weak hair.
From the Stormgate Invitational Tournament here at the Esports World Cup.
Good job, guys.
Oh, the clean feed's very behind. Well, yeah, I have very weak hair, like very thin hair. It's very flimsy, and then I don't have like that much hair either. I mean, I'm not losing hair. Well, I am losing hair, but it's not like full. But it doesn't help that it's so flimsy. And then I actually, there was a time period where I lost actually a lot of hair. It's kind of stabilized back, but back when I like was just mega stressed and not sleeping well, and I had insomnia, and obviously that doesn't help. And then you got headsets on all the time, and right now it's okay, but now my hair is like starting to grow white. My dad had like full white hair by the time he was like 30 or 31, so I was always a little scared that would happen to me. It hasn't happened that fast, but it's definitely it's starting to happen. My wife's very concerned. But yeah, you look at my parents' like old pictures. He had dark hair at the wedding, and like a year later it's gray. Five-minute break. All right, this is moving along pretty quickly. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, we are happy to be off topic during the break. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? It used to be green tea by far, but I think I'm actually I've gotten over green tea now. I still like it, but it's not my favorite. My favorite ice cream flavor? I actually haven't had just like regular like scooped ice cream in a long time. Probably cookies and cream. Probably cookies and cream. Well, cookies and cream is the safest, I think, for me. I'll like anything with like any peanut butter flavor though. I love peanut butter. I love peanut butter. Dude, I would scoop peanut butter all day, every day if I could. What? Green tea is great. Green tea ice cream is so good. When I was a kid, rainbow sherbet was like my go-to. I thought rainbow sherbet was the greatest thing ever. Mint chocolate chip I always like. I like mint. I like mint flavored stuff. I haven't had any like unique flavors in a long time though. I used to love going to what's it called, Salt and Straw in LA. They've got very interesting new combinations of ice cream flavors. Lots of like organic stuff. They've got like rhubarb stuff. They got like a lot of herbs and such, and that's always kind of nice too. Dude, what is with the mint hate? Man, I never understood. But the thing is toothpaste mint is different from mint chocolate chip. It is different. I think I just generally, I wonder if this is kind of like I wonder if this is also a DNA thing, like mint, you know what I mean? Because I'm thinking about it, I just like mint stuff in general. Like, I like mint candy. I like the feeling of fresh, like, refreshing coolness. But I wonder if it's like it's kind of like what is it? Cilantro, right? Like, some people just DNA-wise, it tastes like soap or whatever. I wonder if mint kind of has that, too. What? You like mint candy, but you don't like mint chocolate? Why? Wait, but do you really, really like chocolate to begin with? That could be the difference maker. I don't really, really like chocolate to begin with, unless I'm really stressed out. I mean, I don't mind chocolate. I've actually grown to like chocolate a lot more since meeting my wife, because she likes chocolate. So, you know, anytime we would only choose like one, whether it's like cake or ice cream, it was always chocolate cake, and I kind of it's grown on me, surprisingly. But I used to be like, if it was always like a choice between vanilla or chocolate ice cream or vanilla or chocolate cake, like it was a no-brainer for me growing up. It was like vanilla all the way. They had a fountain of mint chocolate at the Magnum Chocolate Museum. That's sick. Dude, I love mint chocolate. Yeah, but isn't there's like a nice balance of kind of the like chocolate can get a little heavy, right? It's a bit creamy, it can get a bit heavy. It's very sweet. I mean, depending on the chocolate, but if it's like straight up milk chocolate, and then the freshness of mint kind of balances that out. You know what I mean? It keeps your mouth fresh while still enjoying the chocolate. Okay, but if you like dark chocolate, then mint chocolate probably makes no sense to you, because dark chocolate and mint doesn't mix. I agree with that. If you don't like the sweet milk chocolate. Okay. You know, I also, as a kid, I mean, I apparently I just loved things that were unhealthy for you. White chocolate was so great, and then I could tell growing up, like as the years would go by, I slowly started to realize that it was just like too sweet. Like white chocolate was just too much. Oh, really? Are you allergic? If you don't mind me asking? Are you like allergic to chocolate, or is it just like because it's too sweet? Huh. Like my mom gets headaches if she smells too much wine. Oh. Dippin' Dots. Huh. I see. Yeah, my mom gets headaches if she smells too much wine. She can't drink, she doesn't drink, but like if it's like for a celebration, she'll take a sip of wine just to help carry on. But if like the glass of wine is sitting in front of her for too long, she gets headaches, and she used to like swell up, like straight up get like an allergic reaction. Oh, sweets definitely contribute to acne though, just in general. Sweets and grease, just in general. Like if you eat a lot of chocolate, you definitely, unless you're taking care of yourself, just for almost anyone, I think the acne definitely gets worse. You know, Dippin' Dots, I used to think they were the coolest thing, as I mean, they're targeted for kids for sure. And then my parents would never buy it for me, and then eventually as an adult I bought it, and it was a novelty thing. I liked it, but then I don't really like it anymore. I get it now. I get why my parents didn't want to buy it. My dad was always like, that's useless. And now I kind of get it. Parting versus Mana. I'm interested in this matchup. Curious to see if Mana's going to keep up the rushes and the proxies against the Cheese Master himself. It's not surprising, but I don't like that it's so, the graphics package is so gold based. It's so sterile. I mean, they do make it a bit more like royal, not too corny, but it's so, the black, white, and gold is, I don't know. It's a little off-putting for me. It's also, I mean, their overall graphics and animation package is like very, very sportsy, which is not a bad thing. That part's not a bad thing. I actually like some of the stuff they've done with the graphics and such, but yeah, no, milk, yeah, dark chocolate, if it's like legitimate dark chocolate, I don't think it's as bad. And also like straight up dark chocolate can be a good substitute for caffeine if you just need like a little bit of extra focus boost. But milk chocolate and white chocolate's like by far the worst for sure. But milk chocolate's pretty bad for you too, I think. Oh, these headphones are funky looking. They look like little jetpacks. Looks like he's about to fly off. I guess they can use their own headphones? Interesting. Anyway, we are in the game. Celestial versus Celestial. Mana in the red in the top right. Parting in the blue in the bottom left. And it looks like Mana, he's not going to waste any time sending a Morph Core forward, so he's going to look to go for a proxy again. Now, Parting did just get to watch Mana play, so he knows what he's up to, and Parting is still going to go for a first collection array. So he's going to be looking to defend. Oh, no. Okay, Mana's not going to go for a proxy. He's just also going to go for an early collection array. Okay. All right. The map is very big. It takes a long time, so maybe he'll get that first and see if he can still get something going forward. No game audio yet. I'm sure they'll fix that. It's been happening every time we go back into game. But they're on it. They should be fixing that, so apologies. If it doesn't get fixed, we'll turn on the mainstream. But all right, so both people using their buildings to help farm the initial creep camp. So, I mean, how do people even... I see, my brain just doesn't work this way. I would have never thought to try this. Actually, I probably would have, because I love trying to just do silly things, but But I wouldn't have done it for efficiency. These guys are doing it for efficiency, which is, I mean... Parting's just going an extra mile here. He's... Oh, the game sounds so soft. Hopefully someone else will give that feedback. But he builds a forward collection chamber, or... He builds a forward chamber and then his own arc station to farm the vision camp. He's going to start to put early pressure with the Argents, and then he's going to go... Where is he going? What's going on here, Parting? Where are we going with that arc station? Oh, he knows that he's weaker. Oh, the healing flower. That's good. That's good for Mana. Parting was trying to target the one that's weaker. He's going to let him take the aggro, and he's going to start to swoop in. I think he was wondering if he could maybe get the last hit, but if not... He's going to at least contest for the vision camp so that Mana can't get as much control over the map. What is this arc station doing out here on the mini map? Curious. Here, I think this color works better here for Stormgate's mini maps. But anyway, instantly fast Therium as well here for Mana, and it's going to be Scythes again. Okay, so I did say that, right? I thought we might see like Vectors versus Scythes again or something like that, but seems like Mana on the larger maps, he's going to go for the Scythes for early harass. What have we built here? What is coming out of this? Is this another... Oh, it's another chamber, I think. I think this is just his proxy. Yep, Argents are flowing out. That's what's going on. And then he's got extra... I think he might be building Luminite here on the minimap. So Parting's the one who's just going to put in the early pressure with the proxy. This one's hard to spot, but it does close the gap a lot. Cuts the map in half. Meanwhile, what is that flying around? Is that a Morph Core? It might be. You cannot work like an observer. So this is not the actual game file. It's just they have a separate stream just for us on YouTube. Oh, targets the main collection array. Nice and early, though, from Parting. So that's pretty big. This is basically what Mana was doing earlier, right? Sorry, this is what Max said was doing earlier to Parting. So Parting's actually giving it back. The Scythes are going to catch up to the Argents. He's not even going to try to kite it right now, but he's bringing it back until he has more numbers so he can fight them because they have the shield going on. They won't be able to take one out just yet, but he's going to just try to focus target, bring in more backup. This is going to let... If Mana's keeping his eye on it, he's going to know now there's something going on over here, right? Because the backup's flowing in from the north, so we'll see how much Mana keeps his eye on that. Dum, 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 dum. Overall, though, Parting, very successful early harass, destroys a collection array. He obviously has not taken economic damage just yet. But Mana is ahead on overall supply. I think the Scythe's helping with that a little bit. The Sovereign's Watch going to keep that at bay. He's trying to fight for the Vision Camp. Parting's going to lose it. He does have a strike node here, so he's going to try to turtle up next to his imaginary base. Oh no, it's just a link node and hasn't been upgraded. Wait, doesn't it still fight back if it's not upgraded? Oh, he's overloaded. Okay, well that's a bit of a problem. All right, so we're not going to get... The Sovereign's Watch is doing its best. He's going to have to get more energy. And Mana's going to notice that. He's going to start to go for other harass. So these guys are working overtime here. It's just going to get bursted down by the sites. They're so much faster than the Argents, too. That's Parting. He did the early damage, but the sites are so good. Mana's using the sites very well. Mana and Max said both going for sites against Parting. Interesting. I like it. I like seeing this. I thought Scythes and Vectors were both pretty cool units for the Celestial, so I'm glad that we're seeing more use for them now since the balance patch. And there it goes. The Strike Node trying to do work, but only one Argent. Sovereign's Watch is going to come out. The Strike Node is going to go down, and that means that they just have to kite the Sovereign's Watch. I mean, he probably could have still done more damage if he wanted, but he just doesn't want to lose units right now. Mana knows he's ahead. 46 to 22 supply. Massive advantage. I mean, Mana can probably end the game right here. Party's going to try to pretend that he can't. He's going to try to just keep him at bay and try to build back up, but it's not like Mana... I mean, he lost the initial... Mana's not even building... Dude, Mana is playing so all in. He loses the first collection array, and he's just like, okay. I mean, oh well. I guess I'll just overpower you. And Parting tries to play greedy. He goes all the way up to 3 Luminite nodes, and it just doesn't work. He's still trying to mine up, but a lot of his production has been ruined now. In his Arc Station now, just hanging out. Does he have a Morph Core hidden somewhere? Because otherwise this Arc Station has to start running away. It's going to get a lot of damage done against it. 2 Star Forges, 1 more Vector on the way. It looks like the heal's coming in from the Arc Station, trying to turtle up. And this is just farming up. That's what Parting's hoping on. But your energy is so overloaded. I mean, things are not producing what they should be, not at the speed they should be. And that's the healing camp here for Mana as well. I don't know how Parting gets out of this. I mean, the blessing is that this little expansion has been forgotten for the time being from Mana, so he's got some extra income coming in. But he's got, what, 1 creation chamber out here, 1 creation chamber out here. Everything's overloaded on energy. He's got to build more power banks, so he can't build more units. But he needs more units so he can defend. The Vectors are going to try to hold on. Parting's trying to get out of it. He knows that Mana's going back. Mana's like, oh, okay, you want to defend? Oh, we'll fight somewhere else. And the Vectors need to blink. The micro has to be good from Parting. No stranger to it, but oh, almost loses one. But now you got to ditch the expansion. I think they're going to blink in. You're going to blink in. Try to use a Sovereign's Watch. It's going to get destroyed. Again, personally, this is where I would have GG'd, but hey, Parting built different. He held on in the previous game very long to overcome it against Max Ed, so we'll see. He's trying to keep his focus in the game once again. There are a couple sites weak, I think. So now with everything destroyed, you're back to having some energy, so I guess that helps Parting a little bit. He's got 5 Vectors. We have 4 sites, 2 Argents, more on the way. We got another little piece. I think that looks like an Argent coming in. The Vectors are trying to focus fire on Micro, but you lose 1 for 1 trade. Nope, 2 for 1 trade, it looks like. Now 2 for 2. More Vectors on the way. The backup a little bit faster, but the healing camp's too strong. You can't fight there, Parting. He's trying, but you can't. You can't focus it down. The healing's too much. You don't have enough. Oh, man. He's trying to make sure that he brings the weaker units to the back line. I mean, Parting's doing whatever Micro he can. Again, Mana is kind of all in on this too. Although, you know, he had a lot more banked up, so the supply is still way far ahead for Mana. Thanks for answering the question in the chat, by the way. I'll get back to it myself in between games, but this one, I mean, listen, I'm not trying to glaze Parting. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Parting, always have been. He's one of the players I got to kind of know a bit better as well during the StarCraft days. And getting to talk to him during the Tasteless TV showdown. Like, I just love his pro mentality. So I'm not trying to... I am a fan of him. I'm not trying to glaze him, but I am impressed. And like I said before, this is generally... We see it in a lot of 1v1 gamers. 1v1 pro gamers. It's just like... How do you keep yourself in this game, man? Like, you're... Especially... And I think... Well, actually, same with fighting games. Like... pro players know that you just need that like one opportunity. Maybe you just need one more fake out. Maybe you can hold on just long enough, right, to try to come back. The power banks are going to get destroyed though, so that's going to limit the energy limit soon. We're parting. Yep, there it goes. So now overloaded once again. Mana overloaded as well though. Oh, but mana has finally expanded very just randomly out into the middle of the map. I mean, he could have gone close to our base, but he's just like, well, let me just flex and take a Luminite node in the middle. I mean, it does keep it hidden, right? Parting's not going to check this camp unless pathing by accident. Although I guess you do know that Mana's taken this Luminite camp as well. That's been helping. That's why Mana's been ahead, by the way, is that he took the Luminite creep camp. So even though he doesn't have actual mining being done, he gets passive income from these creep camps, and that's given him enough to make sure that he can now stay ahead. Looks like he's building out here as well. I think Mana knows that, okay, these creep camps have given me enough. That's the GG. The creep camps really did it, I think. Well done. So I didn't play much Warcraft, so I don't know, but I am told that the mining is kind of, it's closer to Warcraft. The creep camps are obviously like Warcraft. In terms of units, there's a lot of similarities to StarCraft units, but they're all like mixed and matched. It's all a whole new combination of stuff, right? So, so you'll find similarities, but I would say other than Vanguard to a certain extent, the other factions, the faster you break out of like trying to find the similarities to StarCraft, the better it will be for you, I think. I think Vanguard is pretty straightforward, as human factions generally are, where you're like, all right, well, this dude has a gun. Like the XO has a gun, he's an infantry unit, and he has an upgrade that gives him movement speed. Ah, Marines with Sim, cool. So I know how to use them. They're used for kiting. They're kind of my main force for most of the game. Like, got it. So you get that. But then XOs cost thorium gas, so that's different. But the concept is the same. But for instance, like, you look at Argents for Celestials, right? The guys walking around with the cannons, and you're like, okay, are these guys kind of like the, you know, the Stalkers of the Dragoons? But they're slower, they're kind of heavier, bulkier. They only require minerals or the Luminite, but they don't have blink. They have like charged shots that they can use with their energy. So then your blink is your vectors, so they're your like harass units, etc. So. And parting is Korean. Whoever asked that. Yes. The global ability, so I wonder if ever we'll actually get some UI for it. Obviously, the Observer UI is very rough right now, but the global abilities, when you play the game, you'll basically see like a top bar here. We call it the top bar abilities. I think the game actually just calls it top bar abilities. And this is your global resource. So this is the global energy that every faction has, as we watch the Celestials once again farm creep camps with buildings. And they each faction has their own stuff. So for instance, for Celestials, your base, everyone starts with 3 abilities you can use, and then as you upgrade your main building, you get 2 more. You get a tier 2 and a tier 3 ability. But the base one for Celestials is, the very first one is Surge. So Surge, you basically power up your building. So if you use it on your main building, the Arc Station, it moves faster. And for a lot of the buildings, it gives you, they all have slightly different buffs, but a lot of them give you like faster production and things like that. But then you have Sovereign's Watch, the little giant gold laser with a diamond on top, right? And they start to beam down on enemies. Well, it worked out perfectly. That's another top bar ability. And those all cost energy to use. So this is something that... But for Celestials, even that energy works a little different. So Surge is like, you basically, you allocate 10 to this building nonstop. And then if you stop it, you get that 10 energy back. Whereas, you know, other, like for instance, Infernals, like everything is just consumed energy, things like that. I didn't play much Red Alert, so I don't know if it's similar. But I hope that makes sense. And they each have their own cooldown other than the Surge, because you can just apply that to every building you want for Celestials. But when we play Infernals, I explain a little bit for Infernals. So while we watch these creep camps, for Infernals, like if you watched the earlier game with Theory, you saw him oftentimes just putting down temporary shroud. Like he'd put down a little totem pole and it would create a temporary shroud around his units so they could get the extra shield. That is a top bar ability. So you use energy for that. Ooh, Parting gonna start to break the tree line. So because of the scouting done, you know that they're close, which we didn't talk about. Sorry, I was talking about the overall game. But we started top right and bottom right. This is there's 4 spawn locations on this map, so we've actually started very close to each other. So Parting's gonna break through. The Morph Core can break trees. You can break trees. Certain units can break trees. And he's gonna create a pathway to start to hit the main resource line. And I don't think it's been spotted just yet. He puts a creation chamber here as well, so it's gonna be another proxy. I can't tell if this extra little dot is red or blue, but either way, that's collection array down, easy peasy. The Argent's just focusing it down. It's interesting that we're not seeing the Celestials put down proxy power banks for the extra energy for the Argents. So they're really just working with baseline firing power. You can use it defensively. So these are the power banks. They give energy recharge to your units, to nearby units. And Argents have a passive ability you can activate nonstop that just drains your energy to power up your shots. So on defense, Argents are much stronger. The Scythe also getting that shield up. That's been going for him. And Parting just says, you know what? I'm not trying to fight to win here. I'm trying to just ruin you so I can get ahead. Still has enough units. He's bringing his Arc Station for extra healing. It has a healing ability built into it. And he can also, obviously, kind of use it as a shield somewhat if he wants. It's surged up. That's that little glow, the little gold glow. That's the surge going on for it. You saw it use the healing ability, so now some of the Argents have been healed up. And that's actually making a world of a difference. Now we got strike nodes coming down, the turrets for the Celestials trying to just do damage. They're fairly weak, so these turrets you kind of need multiple of. They're really just there to stop initial harass. And Parting's actually looking like he's doing a lot of damage. The main collection array got... There's no collection arrays. There's just a prism. I think there's just one prism. Did he send one elsewhere? He does have Therium coming in. Mana's taken the Therium camp, but that's not doing you any good. I think he just has that one prism that's mining. And Parting knows this. Parting's like, the game should be over. Like, Parting thinks the game should be over. The Vector's going to come in to try to harass, though. See if a Sovereign's Watch and a couple of Argents should be enough to defend it. He's taken the Luminite camp, but it doesn't give you vision, so he doesn't know that there's still a creation chamber out here. But yeah, this is going to be enough. He doesn't even need the Sovereign's Watch. The Argents are enough. And quite frankly, you don't even care about the main collection array right now if you're Parting. You can lose that. You know that you've destroyed the other ones. You haven't checked everywhere, but you haven't seen any more cores flying out yet. And then the Sovereign's Watch as well. This is a GG. Yep, Mana has left the game. GG. Lakia, what do you mean you don't know who to go for? Like, which player to root for or which faction to try? I can help you choose a faction. Player to root for? I mean, listen, Parting's got great personality. Like, he's got some showmanship. He's gotten much more serious since coming back from the military, but dude, Roddy has gotten giga-tanned, by the way. What's going on here? His arm, I think he just got burned, actually. I think that's what it is. What in the world? But what was I gonna say? I mean, I don't know. Parting is a pretty likable dude. He is very committed. He's very passionate about the game. But I would say all 4 players here, they've all got their own charm. And there will be more, right? A lot of RTS players will try out Stormgate because the esports scene has already been kind of announced. In Korea, the league's already been announced, so. In terms of faction, like if you haven't played much RTS, definitely do not try Celestial first, just because it's so much to learn. I mean, Vanguard is the simplest. It's very straightforward in terms of how your economy works, but I think Infernal's not too bad to pick up initially. Infernal actually is a bit forgiving in terms of letting your resources float, like not using it right away. And not macroing right away, because the way Infernals work is your buildings store up 3 charges each to build units. So even if you're not like constantly producing them on the timing you should, you get a little bit of leeway because you can just burst produce them 3 at a time. I would say from my experience so far, Celestials is much more about early macro and then, you know, getting the right units. You want to be very active with your arc station, like how you use your overall energy resource, things like that. You have to, that's how you maximize the efficiency of it. And if it's not that at a casual level, you basically want to kind of get to a tier 2 first, so you have higher tech skills. Celestials probably have the most active skills you want to use on your units, and passive skills as well. Like, you want to get the upgrades. That makes a world of a difference, things like that. So if you want that, you can try that. Obviously, they're very cool looking. They have, you know, probably the coolest tier 3 unit, which is the Archangel. You see that in the trailers and stuff. It's the flying little Archangel with a Thor's hammer, and then it can fly down and do a meteor strike and then fight on the ground and wreak havoc. So there's that. I would say that for Infernals, it is about massing units at the end of the day, just similar to Zerg, but it works quite differently. And the coolest thing about Infernals is you have the Infest passive on certain skills, on certain units. So basically you paint opponents with Infest. When they die, it produces the little extra Zergling dudes. That's the Fiends. And that's how you really overswarm the opponents. You kind of use that to turn fights around, even if maybe you didn't start with the numbers advantage. So there's that for Infernals, but it can be annoying at first because Infernals are actually very Therium heavy. That's the second resource, so it can get a little annoying. But in the beginning, again, I'll try to put out some newbie guys, but you can just get away with building Brutes and Gaunts for the most part, and that's okay. Yeah, if you like demonic like designs, I think Infernals is your go-to for sure. They're fun to play. I used to never play like those types of races, but again, watching the gameplay of them, I was pretty charmed with the way that Infest works and how you can turn things around. Now, Vanguard is the human race. They recently got some buffs, so you have a bit more options, but, you know, it's pretty straightforward. You build a couple infantry units, and then you can have some big mechs, right, that are a little tanky. You got tanks with long range like AoE, things like that. So, but Vanguard, I would say, has the least, like, straight-up charm, so to speak, right? They're the most standard, as oftentimes human factions go. But Vanguard, you can like build faster, right? There's some mechanics with the workers, like you can double up on them. One of your top bar abilities makes your workers build faster and buffs them up so they don't get harassed as easily. There's things like that. I would say that the other thing about Vanguard, though, is, so if you're wondering, the Vanguard, it's easiest to not have to worry too much about composition, right? Like, a lot of the units that you're given and you would think about building are fairly versatile. Like, Exos are one of the base units. They can do anti-air. They're pretty strong. They can get a movement upgrade, so they can kite very easily. It's all about stutter stepping. You can do a lot better stutter stepping. Like, you can do it with Argents, but their shots are much slower, so, and their movement is slower. Then you've got Hornets, which is your baseline like air unit. They can both do anti-air and anti-ground, although they're pretty weak, so it's mostly for harass, right? Things like that, where it's fairly straightforward. Celestials are similar, right? Both Argents and Scythes can both do anti-air and anti-ground, but again, the way their overall resource works is very different. But yeah, Infernals are cool. Like, I think Infernals have a lot of, like, flip the table moments. Whether it's how you produce your units, whether it's how Infest works. I think that's the charm of Infernals, is you have a lot of flip the table units, and then once you get to tier 3, Infernals get a dragon. So if you like dragons, that's cool. You get a dragon that spews venom Infest all over the place. So if you like demons and dragons, then Infernal is for you. Okay, but the openings have been somewhat similar from both sides, so we haven't been talking about it too much. Apologies, but Isle of Dread, so it seems like Parting, this is the go-to. The Vectors are the go-to for him here on Isle of Dread. I think it's also he's just trying to prepare and get ahead, because he kind of suspects that Mana's going to be going for the Scythes here. Main base trying to be harassed with Argents and Scythes, but now you're going to have to watch out. Mana's been very good about splitting his harass and sending the Scythes elsewhere. A good surround coming in from Parting, trying to pinch in. His main vectors aren't coming back up, though. Not sure if it was intentional. No, I think it's a little late. He was hiding in the trees to see if they would come back into the main base, but Speed camp has to be defended, so you just have to have 1 foot in and you'll be able to continue the channel. The Vectors are trying to harass the back line on the Argents. One of them is really weak. Target him down. Oh, well, they got the other one. Now there's the second one. Start to lose him. Another scythe coming in, trying to just split up the attention, trying to focus them down, but the focus is much cleaner from Parting. And the blink also allows you to just chase down. Now you have the numbers advantage, so you know you can overpower him. And if the Argent slows down, he's going to get caught up by the Argent's backside. Barely staying ahead in numbers here for Parting. The Vectors are cool. I like them. You got blink, you got 3-round burst. They're like air units, but they're kind of on the ground. Which is kind of funny. They're basically like hovercraft. I like the Vectors, actually. I don't know why. I've always liked the design of the Vectors. The Scythes, too. These are... I'm glad we're seeing a lot of them, because these are probably 2 of my favorite units from the Celestials. Trying to steal the Luminite camp. These resource camps are huge. I think that's the other thing you'll learn is that creep camps are a very big deal. You get a burst of resource by killing them, and then obviously some of these you get passive income like the Luminite camps. But they become very important, and you'll start to learn that, you know, there's pros and cons. Like if you're trying to go for it too early, but the enemy just like spends time massing up just a bit more and then starts to hit you, you've been spending time trying to kite this. So I mean, once you get good enough with the micro, you shouldn't be losing out on too much by going for some of these, unless it's like a very early rush on a small map. But most of the maps are pretty big actually in Stormgate, I feel. Well, barring Celestials. Celestials can make certain maps very small, but this is a lot of Vectors. 6, 7 Vectors, more on the way. And he's got him just streaming in. He's got him waypointed all the way. Sovereign's Watch going to be used, but you can blink them out. So the micro is going to be very easy here for Parting. Yep, he's just going to slowly blink them out. They can't really get back in, though, because they're very weak. And they will just get taken out. Those Vectors are gonzo. But so now Parting's accepted that he's going to lose these Vectors. He might be able to blink some of them out, so he's just doing as much economic damage as possible. The Prisms are the workers. The Collection Arrays do passive income for Celestials. It's a very different mechanic than most factions. And now he's going to try to take out Power Banks as well. He should be able to get one. Oh, the 3-round burst micro is so good. Again, that's why I like 3-round burst, is that you fire it, and then as you're kiting out, the 3 rounds still go through. It really rewards good micro here. Trying to kite the Argent. He wanted that 3rd shot to kill him, but he's not going to get it. Loses 1 Vector. A little bit, losing a bit more than he would have imagined, but we've got an army massed up on the Luminite camp here. So if Mana chases without thinking about it, he might be in for a rude surprise. Lots of Vectors. Holy. These Vectors are looking to do some damage. Do Vectors count as ground units? They have to, right? Because infantry can fight them. So that means they are great against the Scythes as well, because Scythes now do extra damage against anti-air, and they prioritize anti-air. But I don't think they're stronger against Vectors. So the Sovereign's Watch, but he's just trying to make sure that mana stays overloaded, right? Slows down production, slows down, you know, upgrades, can't use top bar skills, things like that. So Parting doing a lot of good harass. He's built up more power banks now. He's not overloaded, hasn't been for a while. Using all of his resources, econ all the way down. So the main resource coming in from mana, all gone. He's just working off of the 2 Luminite nodes now. No extra Thurium coming in. And he's trying to just counter that out. He says, okay, I have an opportunity here to try to counter. No, these sites are doing burst damage, and the shields are keeping them tanky. So Parting recognizes he's going to lose these. He just wants to cut these off. If he can take out all the sites, you have Blink. You should be able to chase. There you go, trying to overload him. This is just like Blink Stalkers back in the day. And that's going to be decent damage. Can't clean them all up, but he'll make it weaker. So they can't come back. You lose out on 2 of those, but you still have one of your collection arrays down at home. So your Luminite gets slowed down a bit, but you still have the Luminite camp as well. So Parting's not exactly that behind. It looks like a lot of damage was done, but he has this camp. If he wanted, he could take this camp as well, but I think he wants to strike back because he knows he's taken a lot of sites down. He knows he took down the early resource. I guess another one was just built recently. So he knows he should be able to try to overpower him. Doesn't want to take the risk, though. Map's pretty long. Goes a far way, so he's just going to look to group up, maybe get some more camps. And this is a top bar ability. So Celestials can, they can insta-kill creep camps on a cooldown and at the cost of energy. So as a current Infernal and Vanguard user, seems a bit unfair, but, you know, it is what it is. They're aliens. They can do whatever they want, I guess. so he gets the Luminite node for free off of cooldown. you just need to channel it afterwards. So good job parting. Oh, that's parting. He's trying to make sure that I didn't realize that's parting, making sure that. Oh no, this is parting, right? No, I think that was parting, Sergeant. Is that where it was? I didn't look at the minimap. He's just making sure that mana's not building back up. Yeah, supply gap is huge. I mean, more than double. Like, mana, these sites basically have to get full value, and I don't think you can. The vectors are faster, they can blink. Like, you might be able to come in and maybe take out another collection array, but you're going to lose all of these at this point if you commit. I mean, I guess Mana's kind of hoping that that gives him enough time to come back, but... I mean, there's still 3 prisms as well, so it's not like parting suddenly stops any sort of income. I mean, congratulations, you get the collection array. Where are you going to go from here? So they can fly away, so they can go to the edges of the map, but the vectors will keep up in speed. They'll be able to blink forward. And quite frankly, looking at the supply size here... Oh, good fake out. Except parting... This is what I was going to say. Considering the size, parting can always just split his vectors to make sure they cut off the sites. And target the weak one. That's another one down. That's another 2 down. The 3-round burst doing work. And then the main force is going in. Parting, no stranger to these situations. Parting is definitely winning in this one, and they're tied 1-1, so Parting looking to go to the grand finals. Parting is currently part of Aftermath Esports. Yep, I think Parting could probably A move here, but he's a pro, so he won't, but he could. We do have the 2 sites just hiding out, but Mana doesn't really have the time to work them. The Argents, this is great SimCity, by the way. He's able to hide his Argents in between the power banks to make sure that they can line up and just take out the vectors. But the vectors are too fast. They can blink around as well, so the rounds are going to happen pretty quickly. This site's still just trying to be a nuisance, but Parting doesn't quite mind. He can just keep these vectors on patrol and keep overpowering the rest of them. Parting's going to do some damage. He doesn't want to accidentally lose this by A moving. And the SimCity out here is annoying, but there's the GG. Mana loses the eventual last sight. And that is going to be Parting, moving on to the grand finals. Hey, yo. I like Scythe versus Vector matchups, but I think as long as the Scythes don't get too far ahead from the beginning, the Vectors will always win out. This is double elim, yes. So Mana goes down to the lower finals. It's just 4 people, though. So Mana goes down to the lower finals. Next up should be Max Ed versus Theory in the lower bracket. Whoever wins will play Mana, and then whoever wins that will play Parting in a best of 5. Not like in old school disco music or whatever it is. Wouldn't know. Never been to a disco. Never been to a club. Okay. All right. Yep, never been. Never been to a disco, never been to a club. I mean, I've been inside of a club building where there were like esports after parties. But like never went to a club myself. Never even like went at all. I don't think I've ever I don't think it was ever a part of the plan and then it got ruined. I never really got it, you know? I mean, I like music. I think the biggest thing is like, yeah. I mean, aside from like, unless you're going to try to, you know, for a plan to pick up or, you know, flirt with people. Other than that, like even just like just dancing. I guess I never really. I enjoy music simply by listening. You know what I mean? Like for instance, like rock concerts. I haven't been to too many concerts either, but like rock concerts or like EDM concerts where you're like grooving with the music. Like that doesn't speak to me. I get it. Like I don't think people are crazy for doing that, but I'm not like, oh boy, I wish I was out there, you know, like. Well, yes, I understand that there are different variations, but in Korea, mostly clubs are mostly just straight up like clubs, but like, yeah, I mean, and then like going to pay extra for drinks to like hang out at a club, like I don't understand that either. No, I've been to a pub, but I've also never like frequented a pub, I guess. But, you know, well, I guess in Korea, like now and then, like even when we were dating, like we would go to a pub after dinner or something like that. But pubs also have very different vibes from country to country. But, you know, like sports bars I've been to, pubs I've been to. I enjoy both. Although, like, really rowdy sports bar, not a big fan. I think that's the thing. I don't like things being really loud. I think that's the biggest thing. I don't like things just being really loud or even rowdy. I definitely don't like rowdy. Really loud, it depends on, like, why. Like, if it's a sports game, you know, just overall the cheers and the roars, like, that's cool, but I think I just don't like things being like making my head ring, so to speak. I used to have this conversation with someone I knew in college where we were talking. They were like, I was like, yeah, I don't know, I just don't get it. I don't get the point of going to a club. And they're like, yeah, but you get to lose yourself in the music. And I was like, that's exactly what I don't want. I don't want to lose myself. You know, I'm like, but I don't want to get lost in the music. I just want to listen to the music. I don't want to get lost in the bass and all that craziness. Yeah, it's getting late. For anyone who has to work a regular job, you should get some sleep. The VODs will be there. But yeah, so like really loud concerts, I don't really, I've never wanted to go, like even for the experience. But like chill concerts, like ballads, you know, ballad singers, or like just like chill music festivals. Although the first ever music festival I went to was with my wife when we were dating. I mean, you could say I was sheltered. I was also just very busy with violin plus school as a student, because originally I was aiming to become a violinist. So my daily schedule in middle school and high school was basically go to school, right, around like 7:30 a.m. So I would go to school at 7:30 a.m., finish school around 2:30. I would do extracurricular activities because that's so important for going to college in America. And I did a lot. I did like student council. I did a bunch of other clubs. So then I'm at school until usually like 3:30 to 4:30. Then I get home. I practice violin for like 2 hours. Then I eat dinner for an hour, 30 minutes to an hour, chill with the family. Then I practice like 3 more hours. I usually practice 4 to 5 hours during school days. And then during vacation, I would practice 6 to 8 hours of violin every day. And then I would be done around 10 p.m. because that's when the noise curfew was for our town. So I'd be done at 10 p.m. Then I would do homework and then I would sleep. Yeah, I mean, it was a very Asian kid lifestyle, but the thing is I chose violin like when in elementary, in first grade. I was like, I want to play violin, and then I like committed to it. So, it's not like my parents put me through it. I mean, they kept encouraging me to do that but I was the one who kept saying like, I want to be a violinist. Like I want to major in violin. I want to become a professional violinist and things like that. So, so then I'd be done around 10 p.m. and that's when I would have a little bit of free time before doing homework. Like my mom was still willing to let me have some free time, even if I stayed up a bit later doing homework, just because obviously I had to get all my violin practice done before 10 p.m., which is why I started gaming more. Like my mom used to be pretty against gaming, but like once I was in high school, it's like my friends are all hanging out after school, but I have to go home and practice violin because I can't after 10 p.m. So then one of the best ways for me to hang out with my friends was to play games online. So like Call of Duty and Battlefield. For me, so that was one way that I got more into gaming. I mean, before that I played like a lot of single player console games, but online gaming. But yeah, so then So I didn't have much of that. But the thing is like, I mean, as a result, yes, I was a little sheltered, but I guess for me, the difference is for me, it was, I have no doubt that it was my choice. My parents didn't force me to go through it. They were actually still pretty lenient. I mean, my mom was pretty protective just because my dad stayed in Korea. So it was me, my sister, and my mom in America. So since my mom was alone out there while my dad was working in Korea, obviously she was much more concerned about like safety and all that. So she was pretty protective, but very understandably so, I think, being a temporary single parent, you know, in a foreign country, although she does have American citizenship. So I get it. So I don't blame them for that part. And for me, for violin, it was a choice. So, you know, and then student council I wanted to do as well. I mean, I didn't do it just for college. Obviously, I knew it would help, but I wanted to do as well. So yeah, it was all mostly my choice, and I enjoyed it. But you know, but then I got kind of used to that, and then the only thing I was doing in my free time was gaming, or you know, during like summer vacation and stuff, I would go out. I played recreational basketball a lot. I learned bowling. I learned tennis. Like I liked some sports. So in college, what I ended up doing was I learned to play squash. So I play squash with a couple friends in my spare time. But then it was mostly gaming and then some music stuff, right? Like I had quit music by then. I quit violin by then professionally. But you know, just because I was training to become a professional violinist, like I was pretty good. So I joined the school orchestra. You know, I was playing first violin. I was the concert master in the college orchestra, and then I joined an a cappella group because I really like music. I still do. I still want to do something with music, even like as a side, not like a profession, but like a side thing. Not just a hobby though. I think because I've done music semi-professionally for a while, it's hard for me to like just do it as a hobby, if that makes sense. But I don't think I would want to ever do it as a main career anymore. But so I've really liked music, so I did a cappella. But then, you know, most of my spare time was spent gaming at that point, so. Yeah, I mean, I totally get it, though. Like, even with my friends, like I had friends, obviously, who were living the Asian lifestyle, but not by their own choice, right? Like, they had to learn piano or violin or, you know, whatever, and stuff. And I'm like, oh, that seems not fun. Because then you're like, I mean, you can't not practice, but you have to practice. But if you're going to practice, like, to have it even be of any value, you still have to practice at least like 1 to 2 hours a day, and it's like that's a lot of time for a kid, you know. I mean, I practiced 4 to 5 hours and then 6 to 8 hours because I wanted to become a professional, so like that's on me. But new Valorant champ song featuring WillChobra. That would be actually kind of a dream. That would be a dream for sure. Minimum 2 degrees. And that's where I broke the mold, chat. I said screw degrees. That's not why, but I never finished my bachelor's because I started working in esports. I guess gaming did ruin my life. Oh, woe is me. It's so funny. My wife, every time it comes up, my wife is still the one that's like, oh, but it's such a shame. The thing is I don't blame her or anybody around me who says that, because the reason it's a shame for me is because I only had 1 semester left. So I totally get it. I totally get why people around me would think that it's an absolute shame that I never finished my degree. I totally get it. But I don't regret my choice at all. I would never recommend it to anybody. But I do not regret it because I had considered it. I had considered going back to finish it. And I had very strong reasons not to, because esports was even more, it was still very early back then. It was still very raw. And I felt like momentum was of huge value. So my mom has 6 degrees. You know what's really funny? So my mom didn't realize this about herself, nor did any of us, but I guess my mom just really likes studying, like academic studying. So my mom just finished her third degree, but they're all bachelors. She just finished her 4th degree, and I'm like, Mom, what are you doing? And then my sister and my dad and my sister both finished their PhDs. So the bar is pretty high. Trust me, the bar is very high in my household too. My dad's side of the family, they've like 99% of that family has all gone to Seoul University, which is the #1 university in Korea. Most of them, at least all the men, since back then, obviously, even in Korea, not as many opportunities, and especially with Korea, like recovering from all the wars and stuff. But most, and also my dad's actually family, I don't have any aunts on my dad's side, so that's the other thing. But they've all, like most of them have gone to grad school for one thing or another. So the bar's very high in my family too. And then even my mom's side, they've all gone to, one of the top 3 universities in Korea. And then obviously my mom's side, they moved to America early on. They immigrated, so they did well for themselves there in terms of studying and, finding a place for themselves and settling down. So my grandparents and my relatives on both sides had high expectations for like all the children. But then for us, it got worse because my sister grew up during her teen years in Korea, so she was very into studying. I mean, not into it, but she felt the need to, like, because that was the only way that you could do anything in Korea back then. I mean, kind of still is now, the competitive aspect of it. And then she did well, so everyone's like, oh, like these two, like these are the two that are gonna do like great in studying, right? Their dad finished a PhD, their mom has 2 degrees and studied English in Korea, and then music in America. That's great. And they're like doing really well with their instruments too. And then my sister goes to an Ivy League school and goes to grad school for a PhD, and everyone's like, damn. I get into an Ivy League school as well, mostly I think thanks to a lot of my extracurriculars as well, and violin. I think that helped a lot. And everyone's like, yeah, like these 2 are the ones who are going to study. And then I'm like, screw school. Oh. How long have you been married? Only just over 6 months now. Not long. Earlier this year. Korean, Japanese, as in like language certifications? Do you ever foresee yourself going back to finish it? So I can't anymore. I could probably somehow get some credits for it. So I've actually considered trying to transfer those credits to an online school just to have a degree. Because here's the thing is that, and this is why, as much as I don't regret it, and things worked out very fortunately for me, and I found a good timing and good opportunities, the reality is like having a bachelor, it just helps. It's a good backup plan. Like, you don't have to have it. It's not necessary in today's world, especially in today's world and today's economy. You don't need a bachelor's degree, but also it's a good backup plan. And also, for instance, even within esports, I had an opportunity where I was scouted for a job of a much higher position. I was given a great offer, and then they told me that while they would still have me doing the same job and they could try to find other ways to compensate me, they would have to limit my salary and my title because I didn't have a bachelor's degree, because it was a bigger company. In fact, I can just say it because it's gone now. It was Yahoo Esports. So because Yahoo is such a big company, the rule, there's a rule in HR, right? There's going to be tiers, and that's, I get it. For a big company, I think you need that. For big corporations, you need it, and you can't just give out exceptions willy-nilly. So it's so sometimes it's gonna hold you back sometimes. Now, do I was I sitting there like, oh no, like this has ruined my life? No, it didn't. And I'll be very honest, like I made the decision to still not go. I still considered it because the offer was very good, but I made the decision to not go, and I don't regret that either. But there's gonna be limits, so I think it's always good to finish it if you're given the chance to, right? Or just having a degree of some sort, right? It doesn't have to be a full, like, really tough 4-year university. It can be a community college. It can be a 2-year program. It can be, I don't know how some of these things work sometimes, but, like profession schools and things like that. If you can still just get any sort of degree of, like, a similar tier, it's just good to have. It's a good foundation to have. It helps you get through the document phase of a lot of applications at bigger places. Because like at most companies, you don't have time to read through everything. So you're sifting, you know, that's like the first thing, right? You send in your resume and they read like the first couple lines and they're like, okay, eliminator or not. Like it's process of elimination when you're hiring people. So I always say, like, if you're given the chance to go to a school, then you should finish it. Like you should finish it. Now, does that mean you always need to go to the best school you can and just spend all your time studying? I mean, that depends on what you want to do. But I wouldn't say it's ever a waste. I would also say the greatest thing I learned from going to college wasn't the actual studies. It's just like learning to be a human being and deal with things in society, both good and bad, right? So I know there are jobs that require yeah, exactly. Like there are certain jobs or certain companies where they're like, well, you need a bachelor's degree. And like, I get it. It's like, sometimes it feels unfair because it's like, yeah, but I'm not going to need it, right? Like, let's say there was eventually a company where they're like, all right, we're hiring esports casters, but you need a bachelor's degree. It's like, well, why would I ever need a bachelor's degree to cast esports? You don't actually need it, but it's just a way of sifting people out, filtering people out. And also at the very least, it does mean something because it means you've finished that, something that is very common for people to finish at a certain level, right? So again, like, I never recommend, basically what I'm saying is I never recommend dropping out. Now, if circumstances don't allow it, then obviously that's unfortunate, and that's okay. Like, you'll still be able to find something to do. You'll still be able to work up for yourself. You can always go back when you do have the opportunity, and especially these days, and that's what I mean. Like, these days, that's why I was like, I don't have an ego about, I went to an Ivy League school, but I'm not like, oh man, I would never go to a non-Ivy League school again. No, I don't care. You know, now I don't care. Obviously back then it would have mattered, but now I don't care because I've built up my career. But so, you know, even if it's an online school, like get a degree, you know, if you can get a degree, you know, that's fine. So I wanted to. So basically going back to my story. So my school, I went to Columbia University. My school has a very strict policy on taking leave and coming back. So they have a hard-coded 2-year limit. I don't know if it's changed now, but it used to be a hard-coded 2-year limit. And if you wanted to extend it afterwards, you had to go through a very, very tough approval process to the point where my counselor had told me, when I left and I asked about the options, they told me, like, yes, it's possible to appeal after 2 years, but the school's very, very strict about it. And the story she told me was there was a girl who got into an accident. So she had legit medical leave. Like she was like in the hospital, like semi-paralyzed for a long time. And then she had to go through physical therapy, but the physical therapy started so late because the recovery took so long. And so she was still like going through tough physical therapy at the 2-year mark. So she appealed for extension and they were like, but you can go to school. Like you can go to a classroom. So you must. And I was like, that's messed up. But apparently that's just how strict they were. So, so for me, I knew it was a 2-year limit. And I was given the choice at OGN. They actually told me they would give me a contract ahead of time and then I could go and come back after 6 months. But the biggest reason I didn't was because back then I was translating, helping cast, and doing like a lot of, you know, helping global marketing, learning global business, being part of every business meeting because I was the guy who was translating everything, like even legal, which, I mean, there was a legal department in the greater company, so eventually all the contracts and stuff that person did. But, you know, I'm like in all the business meetings. I'm like managing the stream for the global stream, and I was doing so much. And while I appreciated the motion that they gave me, that they would sign a contract with me ahead of time to guarantee I had a spot when I came back, because obviously being in Korea, they were like, well, a degree is very important. Like, we want you to have a degree. It would make your, you know, career here so much easier. You can maybe just become a salaried person, which, by the way, I didn't want, but obviously to them, it felt like they were giving me a better offer. But the bottom line was, here's the thing, I may have a job when I come back, but you're going to need someone to fill those 6 months because you've been doing it, right? Imagine if they suddenly just didn't have any more translations for League of Legends back then, by the way, for their interviews. Just for 6 months, suddenly. A season and a half, no more interviews. No more English interviews. You know? No social media presence. And Monty and Dilla, if one of them gets sick or one of them has to step away, no, you know, bring just solo casting all of a sudden. Like, that just wouldn't happen. You would need to bring in somebody else. So, to me, at that time, I mean, listen, just so we're very clear, just so this doesn't sound like I'm like, I never want any competition. Competition is good. But I had just started, and at that time, the scene was even more rough around the edges, to the point where I was like, momentum was everything, and I was like, I mean, I had only been doing it for a year and a half, so, and at OGN it was only a year, so it's like, you know, I'd be creating an unnecessary path for myself where I just could continue the momentum. So eventually, I mean, it was a very tough decision, but eventually I decided I'm not going back to school. I want to stick around. All the people at OGN were like, "What? You're crazy! I can't believe you did that." And some of them actually hated me for whatever reason. They were like, "Oh, I can't believe you're not going back to school." But it worked out. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Would that have changed my personal career? I don't think so. Would I have done much worse for myself? Probably not, right? I don't think that would have ruined my career, but I don't think it would have necessarily boosted it either. I think it just would have been a different path, and that's fine. But I don't regret it. I don't think it was a bad choice to go back. I just don't regret it, so it is what it is. But yes, TLDR, get a bachelor's degree if you can, or associate's degree, whatever it can be. It's helpful. If you can't, that's okay. Not saying it's a requirement, especially in today. Like, there's a lot of ways to get, you know, not to like build an entire business, but there's a lot of ways to get some self-entrepreneurship these days, right? Whether it's, you know, content creation, etc. Again, not saying that it's easy to make money, but there are ways to get by and start to piece things together until you find a better footing. But yes, also, yeah, it should also be noted that was I fortunate enough to have parents who were willing to support me during that time where I wasn't doing anything? Yes. Very fortunate. Very, very fortunate. And not everyone has an opportunity, which is why I always say, like, I was very fortunate with the timing, the circumstances. I mean, I can speak both English and Korean. Like, that's a huge boon. You know, I was living in the States as an American citizen, so that's a huge boon, right? It's not like there were extra costs because I was an immigrant. Like, there's a lot of things that worked out in my case that, you know, isn't always going to be the same for anyone. I hate it when people use this to diminish the efforts it took for me as well, because it wasn't easy, but I would be lying if I didn't say that there were certain things that allowed this to happen. So definitely don't do that, though. Yeah, don't do that. Don't break the law to get your savings account going. All right, we are into our lower bracket semifinals. Mana versus Theory. So this is another best of 3. The winner will be moving on. Wait. What? Wait, what's going on here? Am I going crazy? Did I forget that a match happened and it's happened already? Am I going insane? Oh, I am going insane. No, I'm not. They played that match off stream. Oh. Yeah, no. Okay, so this is the lower finals. I was so confused. They played the lower semis off stream. Oh, I was so confused. I guess they did it for time. I guess it was going on simultaneously. I guess we would have heard it if we were listening to the desk. But apparently Theory won 2-0. That's what I get for not listening to the desk. Sorry, everybody. But this is the lower finals. The winner will go up to meet Parting. That's why that break was so long. Now it all makes sense. Okay. So Theory beat Maxed 2-0. And now we have an Infernals versus Celestial matchup. Vector Harass coming in nice and early. This is a simpler map, right? Not as many creep camps, not as many resource nodes. It's not necessarily that small, but it's not big either. So the Vector Harass coming in nice and early. You see that that's where it's being constructed. The Starforge out front. Mana trying to use that against the Infernals very, very effectively. Oh, they said it. They said it in our Discord. Yeah, they played one stream. Yeah. Okay, so these are the little vectors. They're ground units, but they come from the Starforge, which is the flying unit construction, but they're basically hovercraft, so they basically barely float. They're too heavy to fly. But they have that 3-round burst, so they're very good for kiting, very good for harass. They're very fast, and they have a blink ability. So they can blink. They can't recall. They can recall once they get the upgrade, but the blink they get by default, so they can blink away. I'm just going to harass to try to get the speed camp in front of the opponent's base here for mana. That's huge. Now, are we going to identify that this is being constructed out here? Yes. Okay, so Theory recognizes it right away. He wants to just shut this down nice and early. Now, I have a feeling Mana's going to go in for harass it once he sees this army come through, because this is pretty big. So you're imagining, yep, that this is the main force. So Mana says, okay, well, you know what? You want to destroy my construction? That's fine. But Gaunts come out right away. And the Imps as well, just to try to keep these guys at bay. He wants to get that one guy out, but... Oh, no, he doesn't have a chance. He's focusing on multiple aspects. The Fiends are going to get sent back. So he breaks up the Brutes as the Fiends to try to make sure he can go back. Theory's saying that I can accept not mining for a little bit and losing a couple of these workers if I can just make sure that I destroy the proxy, right? Because that's going to stop the flow of enemies. Now, he has to go back to mining. He hasn't been able to build more Gaunts at the base. But he'll eventually break that Starforge. Took a little while. And he'll probably bring these back. Hopefully, he'll channel that speed camp. That should allow him to stabilize. Meanwhile, Mana's happy. He says, all right, I've done the damage, right? A bunch of workers killed. No more Therium being mined. He's doing well for himself. He's very ahead on the supply for the time being. And now he says, okay, you know what? Harass worked, but the Chi is no longer going to finish the game, so I have to go back to building stuff for my own. Morph Core comes out. I imagine this is going to go, yep, into being mining. But he's going to send it into the third, the hidden third. So instead of putting it in his natural, where it's going to get targeted very easily, he's just going to try to hide a Luminite collection array so it can mine passively and give him that extra boost to the income. We do not have... Oh, where's it going? I think he just clicked it on the map, but I'm sure he'll build it soon. Health camp taken, so the vectors are coming back for harass. Argents are now coming out for extra... So we're seeing more prisms being built, by the way, since the patch. So the econ, the way the econ works for Celestials has definitely changed a bit. No second Spire, though. Or Shrine, not Spire. No second Shrine, though, for Theory just yet. He's banked up a bunch of minerals, so I imagine it's going down now. It just did. Okay. So he thinks, okay, I've got a Shroud Stone. I've got some extra units. I should be okay at my base. I'm going to try to build back up now as he wants. Now, this one's closer to the Luminite node, but he's eventually going to mine the Therium as well. Therium, the distance is going to matter a lot, I think. Uh-oh. Seeing the scan knows that there's no units here, that there's no Shroud Stone, so the vectors are just going to burst in. And this Ritual Chamber, if it gets taken down, all the upgrades are gonzo. The Fiends are coming in. The Imps have to make sure... Like, Theory, I think, correctly analyzes that the fact that this is just meant to be harass, right? So as long as I disrupt it, as long as I don't get taken out entirely by it, it's okay to actually stop production for a little bit. Now he's got more Fiends coming in, so he's going to stop them, but he's trying to get to surround so that they're forced to use the blink early. That means the army coming in will be able to take them out. Mana recognizes this as well. He's trying to escape, and he does. The bounce is not getting the kill. Gaunt attacks do bounce, but the Imps are doing some good damage. There is the extra Fiends as well. The Infest is going to bring them down. They just need an extra hit to break it, and that should give you more Fiends. Oh, nope, the Infest just runs out, but the Vectors didn't have Blink. They were on cooldown. So they're eventually going to get away, though. So you couldn't really stop the build up here, but Mana is floating a lot of Luminite. He hasn't been mining any Therium, but now he's going to dump them all down for extra creation chambers. So more Argents on the way. Not sure if he's going to build Krees. I don't imagine he will. And this meat farm here, just to make sure that this healing camp doesn't go in the hands of his enemy. I like that. The meat farms. I haven't been utilizing meat farms as like a defensive tool much, but I think that's very useful. Yep, just tons of Argents. So Mana says we're going off of Luminite. We're going to try to overpower you because I think I've slowed you down enough. We'll see if it's enough. He has a lot of Luminite banked up. Like a lot. Still ahead in base supply to begin with. Theory is looking for the later game. Theory is looking to extend this game. The Gaunts are so weak, but in masses they're very strong. So Theory's looking to just turtle up and hold on for as long as possible. But look at this. While we were talking, every single creep camp taken by Mana. And most of these farmed by himself, which is why he had such a huge boost in Luminite. Like, this is a massive economic boost. That meat farm gets taken out. This healing camp can be taken by Mana at any point now. Which means... So that makes it so that this third expansion, not safe for Theory. This one, hidden behind you, already being watched by Mana. Theory's going to have a tough time trying to go further. Oh, this speed camp being taken by the top bar ability? That's so unfair. Oh, man. I mean, the map is dominated by Mana. Theory is... He's in struggle mode. Double the supply for Mana. Argents and Vectors, all ranged. The Gaunts, click into what upgrades do we have? I'm sure we have the Infest upgrade, but I don't think we have the speed upgrade yet. They don't look fast. Brutes are going to have to tank as much as possible while the Gaunts try to do damage. They need to... Basically, Theory's hoping that he gets enough Infest to turn everything into Fiends, so he's got to focus fire, but goes out a little too far. The Shroud Stone not helping enough. And that should... I mean, this is looking tough. If Theory can hold on here, the Fiend should be able to help buy time, but I don't even know where you expand from here. He's going to have to push out much further. We've got step-by-step proxies coming out from Mana. Like, Mana's looking so healthy. Look at the Luminites. He's just floating it. Doesn't even care. He's going to get another Luminite collection array on top of it. You've got Therium mining. You are overloaded, but you can just plop down power banks wherever you choose. I think Mana... In fact, he's now plopping them down, but I think he forgot for a while. That's just how much leisure Mana has right now, is that he's not playing the cleanest game, but it doesn't matter because he's so far ahead. 70 supply to 44. 1,700 Luminite that just isn't being used because he doesn't really need it just yet. Okay, the Magmandon comes out. Does he have the stun upgrade? No, the stun upgrade is not there, but the AoE stomp damage is going to be good. The Gaunts trying to focus fire, trying to get more Fiends, trying to keep them bottlenecked here. Next to it, the Consume not going to come through for the first Magmandon, so it goes down, but this Magmandon will chase away the Argents. That was good. The AoE was very good from the Magmandon, because now it creates Fiends, right? So this is what the Gaunts do. They put Infest on every hit, so that when these guys die, more Fiends will pop out. That one didn't because the Gaunts never touched it, but if the Gaunts touch it, it should get it. Theory's getting he's getting a little bit lost in the sauce. The Magmandon, okay, there you go. More Fiends to help catch up. The Magmandon AoE does work out at that point. Magmandons are fairly tanky as well, but the backup's too fast. It's coming in from the middle of the map. Theory's holding on. I mean, I don't think you give up yet, because look at this. You've caught up in the supply. Granted, it's because Mana's not making anything. I think he just needs to plop down more production facilities. I think you could do with, you know, like 10 more power banks and a couple more. There you go. Starforges. He's got to need more power banks. I can kind of feel that Mana's not... It's one of two things. Either this is a strategy of just, I get overloaded, it doesn't matter, this is what I work with, and I overpower them. Or he's not as used to Stormgate just yet, because the overloading is definitely not clean. So I will say that. But now he plops him down. But he has so many Luminites that he can always just boost it back up. So now production will resume as planned. The Magmandon is doing work. He finally sneaks in the third shrine. He breaks the trees to do so. He's going to send the Gaunts to make sure the Scythe doesn't do too much damage. Shadow Flyer's now out. Very, very active use of Shadow Flyers to counteract the Scythes. I like that. But unfortunately, they can't do much more once the Scythe is dead, because they're only anti-air for the beginning, so... Huh, lots of meat farms for defense. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Milo. Interesting, interesting. Oh boy, that shrine's going down. I don't think you can stop it. It's a lot of damage coming in. Actually, no, the Argents aren't powered up, and there's not enough vectors. I thought there were going to be more. Extra Shroud to get the Magmadon moving, but the Magmadon can't find enough targets. He is going to get the consume, but it's just not enough. The initial stomp being wasted. Now the Magmadon can't tank the front line. The Fiends are trying to do what they can to block them off, but this is looking rough. Shroud Stone not going to work out either. It gets destroyed. Instant extra Shroud Stone manifestation. That's a top bar ability. Puts down a temporary Shroud Stone immediately. So that'll help keep them at bay. Now that little glow there, that's Purify. That's another top bar ability from the Celestial. It basically gets rid of any buffs the enemy team has. Any debuffs you have. It's basically a cleanse on both sides. Still no stun on the Magmadon, which is rough. I'm sure he's working on it, but his economy isn't exactly allowing him to do so. 22,000 Luminite banked up for Mana. Mana knows he can just A-move now. I mean, he can restore his army at any point. Still double the supply. I think this is a GG. He's trying to put down the Infest just to see if the Fiends can come out, but it's not going to happen. The Purify is too good. And that is it. That's 1-0. NT, but I mean, Mana's playing very annoying. I don't think this, to me, this doesn't tell me necessarily that Celestials are Emba, but what he is doing, what Mana is doing, is telling Theory basically, my guy, if you don't turtle up immediately, you don't have a way out. But the problem is Mana's been very good about taking creep camps. His overall economy usage hasn't been clean, but once the enemy starts turtling, he immediately turns to all the creep camps. So Theory's going to have to come up with a different build, I think, to try to overcome this. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it on the fly. I think you're going to need a different start somehow, somewhere. All right, we'll see if he can bring it back. Try to tie it up 1-1. Okay, we are on to our big map. Big map. Theory versus Mana once again. We're going to start diagonal, so maximum distance between the two. See if that gives Theory a bit more of a chance or not. There's a lot of resource camps to take as well, so if Theory can turtle just safe enough, you should still be able to take, you know, some of these camps for yourself, even if the enemy tries to surge forward, and then try to find a timing. So Theory's going to get aggressive with the first camp, trying to get the extra boost. Oh, and he's going to block it off. You love to see that. So he's going to block off access to the camp. No wraparound. That keeps his third expansion safe as well. He might even just go for his second right and behind just to make sure you can get the Therium as well. But it's going to be, what was it? It's an Iron Vault and then the meat farm as well. So just going for some extra tankiness. Not going to go for the early Gaunts. Meanwhile, Mana going for the Sovereign's Watch again. So the reason this works is the Luminite node is close to the camp. So that way the Arc Station is in range of the Luminite node to activate the Sovereign's Watch, the turret ability, so to speak. And your base building basically becomes your little farmer here. And immediately sends a Morph node to Mana. He's been hiding these collection arrays. This is the annoying thing about playing against the Celestial, is that you just don't know. Like, just because you don't see it in the natural doesn't mean they haven't expanded, right? So this thing's going to turn into a Luminite node. It's going to give him early beat. So because the map is big, Mana accepts it, doesn't go for an early rush, and he's just going to go ahead and start to farm up. Theory does get his own health camp as well, nice and early. That gives him a bit of a boost in the econ. He's going to be sending it down. He sent down 2 imps, though. Don't know if that was a mistake. Yeah, looks like it. Slows down some of his income a little bit, so that second shrine is going to take a little while. Mana going for extra Therium right off the bat as well. So is Theory. So Theory will be making more Gaunts. Gaunts are flowing in nice and steady. You got Brutes. And because the map is large, so the Theory is saying, okay, I'm going to also take these camps nice and early to give me the boost I need to make sure that I can keep up in Econ. Overall, not so bad for the Infernal just yet. Starforge now comes out, though. Meanwhile, another block here with the Creation Chamber for, I almost said Protoss, for our Celestial. So Fiend Scout now. So instead of going for the early scout, you just accept, listen, he's probably not going to cheese. So you send the early, he's going to see. So you check behind him and you're like, okay, nothing there. Uh-oh, the game is frozen. It's back. But does Theory suspect the expansion all the way out front? I don't think he will, but he should suspect something is a little fishy. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, no, he's not. Thought he might, but not for the time being. Doesn't have the Infest upgrades yet, it seems, so he's going to use the Skull ability on the Hexen, the Skull of Shada, to get that extra Infest. This Fiend is stuck. Speed camps taken on both sides to try to pressure the opponent. That's good. Good on both players. So basically, we've divided the map in half. However, Mana definitely has more camps. He's even taking the Vision camp in the middle. So he's gotten a lot of boosts through his economy to try to stay ahead. He's still ahead in supply. Doesn't have a lot of production going on, though. It looks like he doesn't have more production buildings built just yet. It's mostly just the 2 shrines. So he is going to fall behind still, because there's actually 3 collection arrays going on here for mana. I think Theory thinks it's just 2, because he still has this Fiend hanging out here. And I think Theory might get caught off guard if he doesn't find a timing attack, but he doesn't necessarily feel the need to just yet. Okay, Infest upgrade is done, though. So this is going to be infinite Fiends here. So Theory thinks this is the timing, right? He just got the Infest upgrade. He's got a decent amount of Gaunts. He's got a couple Brutes. The Brutes have to be able to tank. He's got to position himself a little carefully here. The Vectors are coming in from behind. You're going to lose out on Gaunts. He wants to take out that Creation Chamber, but I don't know if this Focus Fire is the way to do it. He does take this health camp, so you could actually just turtle up in the health camp. Good damage done, but do you get out of it? Because the chase through from the Vector is going to be very fast. More Fiends. Oh, okay. That collection array is being damaged. All the Fiends could come in. They could actually maybe break it. They're going to try to pressure that Vector, try to get this around. Okay, the Sovereign's Watch comes out. So Theory says, okay, fine. You've built that. I'm going to take away your camps. Camp domination from Theory, but this collection array still passively going on. Mana sitting okay. He's not as far behind on his production as Theory thinks he should be. So much Therium banked up for mana, by the way. Trying to make sure that the healing camp doesn't go in favor of the Vectors, because this gives Theory infinite chances to basically pressure him. He's going to instantly break them into the Fiends. He wants to take away this Creation Chamber, or collection array. Not sure Mana's going to... Oh, he lifts it in time. That's unfortunate. So now your Brutes are gone. You've used your Fiends to try to target that timing. But Mana's very quick to realize what's going on. I mean, you just have to lift it and the Fiends can't do anything. So Theory backs off. During this, all of this, what has Theory done? He's expanded into a 3rd shrine, and he's got a couple more production going on. Some meat farms, it looks like. So Theory trying to make sure that he stays ahead. But again... he doesn't realize he's getting crept up on. The Luminite just rolling in for mana. Right, this is going to stabilize again. He still had this going the whole time. Mana's working off of 4 bases. In theory, doesn't realize it. I don't think he realizes it. I don't think he ever scouted that 4th one. Well, it's his 3rd, but... see if this should help. The extra Therium should help Theory. I wonder if he's gonna get ahead, try to get ahead of it and upgrade his army composition in time. Sometimes things look red on the minimap, but I think that's a blue unit. I don't know what's going on here. More conclaves, more iron vaults, the Hellforge being made. So I assume the stuns are coming through. I don't know if he's going to upgrade the brutes. Yep, the stun coming through. So the Stampede upgrade for the Magmadons. So those are those big tanky armadillo looking things earlier on, the dinosaur looking things. And they by default have their trample ability, but the upgrade will allow that to stun. Oh, it's Demon Hoof Tremors. I don't know why I called it the Stampede. Uh-oh, the Magmadon not able to block them in. The Vectors are in. The Magmadon, where's it going? Where are we going? Uh-oh, Theory's getting lost in the sauce. The Vectors are doing so much damage. He's trying to just return the favor. Destroys that collectionary. Finally finds it. So now he has an idea. But the Vectors are in. And they are going to do damage. Oh, they're going to do damage. The Gaunts have to come in. They're speeding up. You got speed upgrades on the Gaunts, and now they just blink over. It's Blink Stalkers all over again. Okay, the Fiend should just corner them into the back. The Shroud's going to allow the Magmadon to somewhat keep up. All right, one of them's blocked off, so that's good. The pathing gets a little weird. So Magmadons, the large units used to be able to push around your friendly units as well, but it wasn't working as intended, so they stopped that. So sometimes the larger units, when you're like being blocked by your own teammates, it gets a little crazy. Okay, good hold though. Good hold from Theory. Animancers are coming out, so he knows that it's all ground units. So Dark Prophecy again. Wonder what Theory's answer is going to be here, because that's what gives me the most trouble. Theory supply capped. He's gonna have to build more. He does have that passive Luminite farm coming in. Surprised that Mana's not identifying that. Stream's lagging out a little bit again, but that is a-okay. Very, very active farming from Theory, though. The large map is helping a lot. It's helping him keep up here as much as possible. The intake flow doing very well for himself, actually. He's got his own 4th shrine going up as well. Dark Prophecy upgrade coming in. It will be done soon. So what's the answer here? Is Magmadon's enough? I've always felt that it's not. If it wants to be enough, you have to have really good split. You have to split and surround. Or you just have to split immediately as the Dark Prophecy comes out and work around it. But if there's multiple, splitting alone is not. You're not going to still get through the front line of the Celestials. So you're going to want a surround at the end of the day. The speed buff will help. So that's a very big necessity here for them. Oh, got a couple Cabals as well. Do they have the gravity shift upgrade? That's the big question. Might just lift up the Magmadons. Theory might be in for a rude surprise. The Zenith scan gonna allow them to try to catch up. He's trying to split his units a little bit, spread them out. Magmadon's on the side as well, ready to come in for a stun. Mana spots it. Supply looking okay for Theory, but the Dark Prophecy could literally just ruin this instantly. Speed upgrade coming out for the Magmadons very soon. Theory's waiting for that. He knows he needs that to try to get the Magmadons into the enemy army to get the stun. And maybe they can get the surround as well to make sure the Dark Prophecy doesn't ruin your entire unit base here. Okay, already splitting his army. Theory's trying to get ahead of it, but here comes the Celestials, and one of the Magmadons is being targeted. Trying to get a nice surround. The Shroud comes in for the extra move speed. There's a big Dark Prophecy, but it's not enough. Immediately, the Fiends get by, and the Animancers have to run away. This is so good from Theory, and there's just the trample coming in. Uh-oh, getting a little choke pointed. But you're still going to be able to target the first Animancer down just a bit. And there we go. This is what I figured the answer would be, is the Hellborn. The Hellborn has long range. So as long as your Magmadons and your Fiends are ruining the front line, the Hellborn can actually do damage across the Dark Prophecy. Its range is very far. This is what I've been trying to work on whenever I face Celestials, is trying to get a good balance of Magmadons and then Hellborns. But that's a lot of Therium that you need. Obviously, this is Theory working off of 4 bases, but only 2 Therium mines. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, I think that's just another production facility. He did have some Theory. He did have some Therium camps going on that helped him, but now only one of them is here. So that's a tough one. Meanwhile, another collection array goes down here. So that's his fourth one coming back, right? Earlier one was destroyed from mana, so now he's saying, okay, I got to catch back up. Theory is still ahead. The Hellborn gets caught. The Hellborns are pretty slow, so on your retreat, you have to watch. That's actually so funny looking. They just, the dive bomb's so quick. There's like no animation delay on it. Okay, well, that's a collection area down. Where are we going? Oh, he wants to target the ones that have the most minerals left, the most Illuminite left. That's 2 collection arrays down just from Shadow Flyers. Wow, Shadow Flyer value is so good if you can get in there. Mana is ahead on supply right now, but his econ has slowed down immensely. He does have the Illuminite camp and the Therium camp, though. That's what's keeping mana afloat. But if another fight happens and mana doesn't actually dominantly win it, I think Theory is going to be able to start to slowly push in. Theory's taking his own takes over the Illuminite camp. Gonna take his own Therium camp as well. Big army coming in. 3 Animancers. Cabal there as well. They might get surrounded here on the choke point. The Brute's just trying to delay them until the surround comes in. Here come the Magmadons. Trample, trample, trample. Fee, fi, fo, fum. Dark Prophecies are pretty good. Slows them down. But the Flayed Dragon has come out. He's been banking up. This is the tier 3 unit of the Infernals. It's got great single target damage. It's got, you can put Infest on everybody, and then you can, if you upgrade it, you can basically inhale the Infest left on enemies to replenish your white health, which is your shield. That's the breath coming in, the poison breath from the Flayed Dragon. It is being targeted by the Cabal just to slow things down, but can't really keep it away for the entire time. This is a big choke point. You gotta watch out here if the Dark Prophecy comes out. Never mind, Animancers are all dead. The Fiend's gonna get the surround on the Argents. They're slowed down. The Spriggans come out as well. When did he build Spriggans off of this? Oh, he's been banking up on 4 bases. Theory well ahead now on the army. He's got the Flayed Dragon as well, so as long as he can keep that alive, he's not too concerned. He's got the Luminite to build back up. I think Mana's in. I mean, he might be able to turtle, so he's trying to see if he can turtle around the choke point here right now. I don't know where that prism's going. It's going though, and it's done a good job of distracting him, I guess. You just yeeted that one. All right, well, the Dark Prophecies are still good. Dark Prophecy is just so strong. I wonder if that'll ever get like balanced just a bit. Maybe 2 upgrades needed for the slow on top of the damage. I'm not sure. That might make it too weak. But here's Shadowfall. Shadowfall top bar ability creates Shroud on the entire map, meaning that your entire army gets any speed bonuses, the white health regen bonuses, everywhere that you're fighting. But he doesn't have enough army. The choke point's too big, so Theory's going to back off. But look at this. Double the supply. Still doing well for himself on Econ. You've ruined... Earlier, the collection arrays were ruined. The Theorium camp will get taken back. I think this is getting farmed again, though. So, see if Theory goes for another Shadow Flyer harass. And because the army composition that Theory wants right now relies heavily on Therium, he's going to go for a very... This was a shrine being built here, so it's a very forward shrine to try to mine all this enriched Therium in the middle of the map. It's a ballsy play, but it's one that's necessary for the Infernals on this map. I just saw what you said, XCO. I'll have to check it out. I'll definitely put in an official request, but if I can get into contact with the community manager, hopefully I can get access. That'd be cool. I'll have to watch a little bit of it. I don't really know much of it. Okay, meat farms being used just to help pathing and also a little bit of early defense. Early notification before the shrine gets destroyed. You're going to take away this vision camp. So, okay, so this is where the prisms are going. They want to farm this too, as they also need a lot of Therium at this point. Ooh, lots of AoE coming in from these nodes. I forget what these versions are called, but they're basically a different upgraded version of the turrets here from the Celestials. Oh my gosh, such good usage from the Flayed Dragon. Instantly inhales all of that infest, gets the white health back, and that is GG. Tied 1-1. That was a good match. Theory turtled just long enough. I love that he added in a couple Spriggans, because Spriggans have a debuff that's decreases the enemy's attack and also slows down production on enemy buildings. So it's a great harass unit. Spriggans also have a 3-round burst. But it's just great to kind of have a couple of those to make sure that you're slowing things down, you're decreasing some of the attacks. I like that. I could never do it. That's like very endgame stuff, though. Like building all those different units to balance out your army. Guess that's how you beat Celestial starting from the mid game, though. Like the barbarianish aesthetic of the monster faction. Yeah, it's very barbaric. It's very raw, half demonic, half monster alien. You know, like zombie-ish. Again, normally that's not my aesthetic, but the way the Infest plays has captured me. I've been working on Infernos a little bit. I think I'm gonna start to double down on Vanguard at the same time, and Celestial. I'll let people figure out build orders, and learn from there. But I like both Vanguard and Infernals. I like Celestials too. It's just it feels very daunting at first because there's like so many things you can do. Right? It's one of those cases where it's like, oh my gosh, Jagged Maw was the third map. Theory left this open? He must have a plan. He did have a plan earlier. But I don't know. We'll see. He had a plan earlier, but it didn't work, right? It was actually... Oh, this is the rematch. Yeah, because there's only 4 players. I was like, who did he play? And I was like, oh, it's Mana. See what the plan is this time. Going for the early scout against the Morph Core. I mean, Theory's on top of it. He identifies it again. But here's the thing. Last time he saw it going down as well. And he tried to block it, and it didn't work out. So we'll see. We'll see how he's able to manage this. Where's this imp going? Shroudstone, I assume. Nice and early. Using the shroud for extra regen. Uh-oh, that gaunt, the pathing. It's gotten a little stuck. Here comes the Vector. The shroud stone's not enough. Hey, just get the healing camp. Oh, he took the last hit. Took the resources. But this Vector should... Uh-oh, where's that? What is that skull going? There you go. Once you take the healing camp, you can turtle for a little bit for the time being. But he hasn't expanded, so he's working off of the same number of bases, right? No vision around the other Luminites, so Mana working off the same thing. He is farming Therium, so that's of note. Wants to build up. Fiend going out on early scouts, trying to see where's that other collection array. What's going on? What's the plan here for Mana? Is it just an all-in? So far it is. It's so annoying, the Starforge in the middle of the map. In a place you normally wouldn't check. I love that Theory checks it immediately. He's just like, alright, well, I know what this dude's come in with. Man, his entire plan this weekend is just hiding buildings everywhere. Speed camp getting taken, though, by Mana in the lower left, close to the enemy's base, as our stream gets frozen again, but this is going to be very annoying for Theory to deal with. He's going to channel it. Now he gets extra move speed. In theory, as he was doing last time, his goal is basically destroy that Starforge, right? Let my base defend itself. And let's get rid of this thing. Let's just slow things down. Let's ruin his initial investment. There is a path open to his main worker line, so I'm wondering how he's going to defend that. Okay, he's going to block it off. And there's no extra expansion, so Mana, he's like, oh, well, there's nothing for me to do here. And now he's going to... Oh, it's very well baited here from Theory. So one Vector lives. It'll escape eventually. But Starforge ruined. Game reset. It is annoying that you basically have to like do this nice and early to reset the game. Basically, you're like, oh, now we can play the game again. But it is what it is. Theory not gonna. Oh, he sends a fiend to channel that speed camp in the lower left, and so he'll keep that for himself. Make sure the enemy doesn't get it for free. Go for some crazy flanks. Get the nice vision control. So now you'll know. If, yeah, I was about to say, might want to finish the channel. He almost, I think he would have gotten it as he walked out, but... Oh, almost loses that vector. But this vision tower is huge on this map, because it lets you know if the enemy is going for these rocket launcher camps. But also against Celestials, it's going to let you know if they hide some production again. So Theory going to try to pressure him right now. He's going to actually stop the healing camp channel. That is big. Sovereign's Watch comes out, and he's happy to just say the Fiends are going to tank that. Takes away the power bank. Or I think that might have been a node. But either way, healing tower now in favor of Theory. Yeah, that was a node. These are power banks coming in. This is another node. Link node not upgraded just yet, though. So Theory just says, oh, okay, well, let me just pile on through before those turn into straight nodes. Here we go. The upgrade now coming through. Energy getting low here for mana. Theory's had enough. Oh, no, he's going to lose his Hexen. That might come back to bite him. No extra Skull of Shada. He does. It does look like he has the Infest. No, he doesn't, actually. No Infest upgrade. So just looking to harass. He wants... he doesn't have enough damage to get rid of the actual collection array, though. So I think this is just going to be a harass force at this point. Gaunt taking the bulk of the damage, which means because the prisms are flying, the main building is flying, the Infernals cannot actually do more damage. Brutes just taking down a node here, doing whatever they can. Breaks him into the Fiends, and he'll just back off. So not as much damage as Theory would have wanted. But off the back of that, he did expand himself, right? He didn't get to slow everything entirely down, but he's going to expand. He's ahead in supply still. He's got it flowing again. We do have some Luminite banked up. So mana, we'll see if he takes the risk of expanding again with that. Nope, not going to happen just yet. Might have been a Morph Core, though. The speed camp was taken. And, oh, nice Fiend. So small units can walk in between the trees. So the Fiend is going to go in to see if there's any expansions hidden. This is what happened last time, was that there were hidden expansions down below. And this Morph Core is coming down. Okay, it spots him. The Fiend can't fight back until the collection array comes in, but Mana realizes it's not going to feel safe because he's been spotted, so that Morph Core has to back out. So he was banking on building up again. Overall, good map presence. So Theory has learned his lesson, and he says, okay, I just need to stop the initial proxy and then get map control so I know for a fact if he's hidden expansions or not. Oh, this is such a complicated way. I don't know if I can do this. I mean, obviously I'm not playing against pros, but it's just something that Celestials can do that really ruins the matchup. So you have to be ahead of it. That's rough. Therium Tower is going to help build up some of the bulkier units here for the Infernals. So overall macro going well. You do have a third shrine to get extra enriched Therium here for Theory. Therium for Theory. You are going to start to run a little low on Luminite, though, so eventually I assume we'll get another expansion out here, or maybe even just here for the extra Ethereum as well. Because those bulky units cost a lot. Hellforge upgrade coming in, so he's going to look to build this stun, I believe, on that upgrade. Yep, there it is. Magmadons are on the table once again. What are these pings? Where does that come in from? Either way, a bit of a lull in the action as Theory is building up a decent sized supply here. 71 to the 52 of mana. Wouldn't say it's a game-breaking amount, but... Give me a second. My AC is getting really cold. Okay, forward, inching forward. Mana wants to start to expand his control of the map a little bit. Blocks off any routing in from below, blocks off any routing in from above, so he has a bit more control with these link nodes now. And I think he's going to look to eventually take that rocket launcher. Looks like he wants to use it again, I think. Oh, the Archangel comes out. Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay, so he has already upgraded to tier 3. Didn't see that coming. That's huge. The Archangel is big, so that's the tier 3 unit for the Celestials. You have a bunch of Shadow Flyers, so if you can get to the Archangel before it lands, that should be okay. What is this? Oh, wow. That's some perfect kiting right here. That is amazing. Holy. Okay, well. There is a kiting range. There is a tether to creeps. You can do that against any creep camp. Some of them bug out a little bit, but most of them pretty good for it. The rocket launcher immediately coming out and just doing damage. It actually gets distracted, basically. I wonder if that was intentional from Mana. The rocket launcher starts to target the building in range, so it actually gets distracted. Normally, it would wrap all the way around, but here comes that Archangel. Huge landing. Actually gets split and avoided immediately, so he's going to lift up again because of the Magmadon. Doesn't want to get stunned. And he is going to have to back off. So Theory's now seeing the Archangels. There's 2 of them. Mana building up an Archangel army. They are pretty costly, though. Not as much as a Flayed Dragon, but also takes a while to build. But there's already 2 of them, which is a lot. See if they can get the upgrades as well. Ooh, the Shadow Flyer is going to pressure them. They are melee units, the Archangels. So the Archangels, they have that slam ability, the Meteor Strike, but if you get the upgrade, it leaves behind an AoE dot. Basically burns the ground, which is great. It works on buildings as well, so it's a great way to just go in and ruin the enemy's economy. It's a great way to target. I like that he tries for this instead of Animancers, right? Because you've just seen Theory play against the Animancers. So he turtles up, goes for the Archangels. There's 3 of them. Look at the damage they do. They're so strong. Just takes 6 hits and 2 hits from each. So Theory says, all right, we got to ruin your economy. Takes 4 Shadow Flyers to take out a collection array. Because these Archangels are not cheap. 400 Luminite. I think 300 Therium. Shadow Flyers coming in. Ooh. Smart from Mana. So lifts it up. So the dive bomb ability doesn't come through, and the prism actually takes part of the damage as well. Keeps that collection array. You have another Luminite expansion, but you don't have the extra expansion here. So Theory, this is going to be... He's a little bit Luminite capped right now. A lot of Therium, because there's double enriched Therium right now. Okay, but Gaunts. So it looks like we're going to see him, Theory, kind of work on the aspect that I can split my army around the Archangels. How would you have 5 Archangels? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, he just lands. He doesn't even use Meteor Strike. Oh, that's all. These are a lot of stuns, though. This guy didn't use this Stampede, by the way. I think Theory, this one still has this Trample. Not sure what's going on here. Nice Consume to refill the health. Oh, this army's too big. Even with the Archangels, you got to back out, and they're all taking splash damage from the Gaunts. They have to watch out. This Therium camp gonna have to be given over. Theory realizes, okay, if that's 5 Archangels, that's your army. I mean, that's a huge investment. 5 Archangels, that's 2,000 Luminite. 1,500 Therium. So Theory pushes back out. He's got a bunch of Fiends, I think, up top here, banked up. Maybe it's some Gaunts as well, but he's looking for a nice surround on the army. Oh, great harass from the Shadow Flyers. I love this evolution with the Shadow Flyers. It's doing a lot of work to just keep Mana busy, keep him at bay, force him to build a bit more defensively, and it ruins the collection arrays. So it's only the Prisms that are farming right now. So he recognizes that. He's going to start to just take away the Prisms as well, the Fiends, making sure that no extra buildings can be formed. You can't get the Therium building. Can't get the collection arrays. So Argents now have to be stationed to take out any potential Shadow Flyers flying by. That's a good adjustment for Mana. But that does mean, once again, that the Archangels are basically your only thing. I think Theory was worried about the Archangels coming into his worker line, so he was trying to send them back to the main base, but he was just a bit too early. Oh, the Shadow Flyers, they should have spotted at least some pings. Yep, that's why he's going to bring his army back. He says, okay. Not liking what I see, but my Shadow Flyers have gone through, so they're going to continue to do economic damage. Theory trying to figure out where to go. So much economic damage. These Archangels are about the end of the army here for Mana. Doesn't have much mining going on anywhere. What the? Oh, he just took... Okay. Just got a burst of that by killing off the camp here. But we're going to deny taking that over for a little bit. I was like, how did he get all that Luminite? But he took down the rocket launcher camp. That's going to buy Mana a little bit of time, but with an army this size, as long as he doesn't get instant nuked by it, he should be able to melt it down immediately. Minerals drained here from the main base, so this shrine going up just in time for Theory. The map is small. There are the double Luminite bases, but I don't think Theory's too worried about that one. Overloaded on energy for Mana, so that's why the power banks come through. Double the army size, 180 to 100. And a big bulk of that 100 is the Archangels. I think they're 12 supply each, so that's 60. There they come in. Still no upgrade, it seems, on the Meteor Strike, so it's just the initial damage coming in. The Spriggans are going to debuff them. Spriggans trying to keep the Archangels at bay. The Archangels have landed, so the Spriggans are kind of free to do as they wish. That's a lot of damage. That's 4 Archangels down. Another about to go down, and that is GG. I mean, Mana goes for a Hail Mary. I don't mind it. Kind of hides the Archangels, hides the extra upgraded production, and then immediately just banks up all the resources for 5 Archangels. Could have done damage, but the Shadow Flyer defense, I think, was really good from Theory to make sure that he can't build much more. And then he had so many Gaunts banked up that it was a good defense. Well played by both sides. I think it just goes to show that I think Theory I think is going to be more experienced in this game. I think. I don't know exactly how much time Mana's been spending, but definitely a little bit iffy here and there with the resource management. But very cool. He got to showcase the Archangels. That's cool. And they almost did some good damage. Okay. So Shadow Flyers, that's what we gotta use. That's what Infernal's gotta use. The Dive Bomb, okay. I wonder when's the best time to get that upgrade. I think my problem is I try to expand and then I just keep like massing up Magmadons and Gaunts because I can't think in too many different directions yet. So I don't find the right times to upgrade further beyond that. Trying to make head and tail. How could I help a little bit more? I mean, I'm doing like middle ground casting where I'm like play by playing some of the game, thinking about a little bit of, you know, the builds, but if you want, I can help explain more of the basics because I think the game's so new. Because some of the skirmishes, it's not going to make a difference on the game. And in fact, that should be the way this game is cast in the beginning, just because it's so new. It's got a lot of different things from existing RTSs, so... Oh, it's just your fatigue? Well, then... Not sure. Not sure I can. Have I ever had to cast this late before? Well, I used to cast the Korean side for all the Masters tournaments for VCT. So during those, whether it's in Europe or Americas, basically the schedule would be that I would wake up around like 8 or 9 p.m., eat breakfast / dinner, chill a little bit, do a little prep, chill at home, maybe exercise a little bit, and then I get to the studio around like 11 p.m. or midnight, depending on which region it's in. And then we would start casting around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. all the way into like obviously Valorant games. And back then we used to have a lot of 3-match days, so like anywhere from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Yeah, no, we basically had to just sleep through the day. And then you get home. So it's like almost better. Whoa, what is this replay? What's going on with this replay file? So it was almost better during those days to like for the games to go later so that we're not caught in rush hour traffic on our way home. Yeah, no, those were rough days because then you have to like sleep through while the sun's out the whole time. And back when I was in my parents' place, this was all while I was still living with my parents before I got married. We didn't have what do we call them in English? The blackout curtains. So not only was the sun seeping through, but I was using my mom's study as my room temporarily. So my mom was like, no, but I don't ever want blackout curtains in this room. And I was like, but mom, I have to like sleep during the day. So we didn't have blackout curtains. And then on top of it, the family upstairs, whoever it was, they would always start playing the piano around 2-3 p.m. But it was like not great piano, but it was also not like someone trying to practice to become a professional. Like I'm okay as someone who's done music, I'm okay with it if you're like, if it's not enjoyable to listen to, but you're just practicing really slowly. But it does get annoying if you're just like just playing through the beginning part of the song until you get it wrong and then just playing through it again, right? Like you're clearly not practicing, you're just having fun for like 30 minutes to an hour. I was just like, I just want to sleep. And then my dog would get up and she's like, well, it's daytime. Like, we got to play. And I'm like, I don't know. So that was rough. Yeah, those were the times. We would always drink minimum a liter of coffee. Like back then it was mostly a Freaka TV and they would order us each a liter of coffee. Like there are places that sell 1 giant liter cups of coffee. So we would get a liter of coffee. And then they would order us great food, and then you drink it for the whole night. Yep, 1 full liter. It was the unhealthiest, but it was necessary. Yeah, what's up, Faramir? No, it was good times, but it was so funny because I mean, we say we're sleeping during the day and we fix our sleep schedule, but the thing is like this only lasts for 2 to 3 weeks, right? And sometimes you got other work you're doing, you know, other events you're doing, other broadcasts you're doing during the day. Like there was once a sequence, but once the worst was I had to cast overnight for Valorant. Then I had to go cast like some weird East Asian games, like Tri-Nations game between Korea, China, and Japan for like multiple different games. And I had to cast like PUBG and Dungeon Fighter online. But that event was so poorly organized, it lasted the entire day. So then I came straight back to Freaka TV and then translated. But the translating was worse because you sit around until the match is over. So I'm like dozing off. So I was up for more than 24 hours casting for like, you know, like 15 of those hours. It was really rough. And then there was another time where I had to do Valorant overnight. Then I took a brief nap, but then I had to go in for Kart Rider League, which thankfully that doesn't last long. The broadcast doesn't last long, but I basically couldn't sleep for that much. So I had to go in for Kart Rider League, and then I had to do Valorant casting again overnight in Korean. And I had started getting sick. I had like a slight cold on top of it. So I was like I was in really bad condition. So that was the first time I've ever gone in for an IV. Because Koreans will get IVs for hangovers. They're like, oh, I'm hungover. Let me go to the hospital and get an IV. And my wife, my girlfriend at the time, but my now wife, was like, you should get an IV. And I always thought it was silly because Koreans just go to the hospital for everything because it's very affordable as well. And I'm like, what? No, I don't need an IV. I'm just tired. And she was like, that's exactly why you get an IV. And I was like, yeah, but that seems so unnecessary. Now, I don't have cheap insurance because I'm a foreigner in Korea. So it's not as cheap as it is for Koreans. For Koreans, it's a lot cheaper. But, I mean, it's much cheaper than it is in America, obviously. So, yeah, it's the American to me that's like, you can't go to a hospital. I'd have to lose my leg to go to the hospital. So I went in for the IV, and then I learned. I was like, oh, this is why people get an IV. Literally, I was up and running. I was in there for an hour and a half, and then I still had to stay up for another 2 hours before VCT started, but I was like, hell yeah, man, the vitamins, they're working. Let's freaking go. I got through the cast. I mean, I was still dead tired by the time the cast was done, but I was like, oh my gosh, it actually works. Turns out, injecting things into your blood vein is very impactful. So, I think I've gotten an IV once more afterwards. Like, once you get it once, it's like, oh, now, I totally got why people would get it for hangovers. I was like, oh my gosh, it's so effective. All right, so we now have one best of 5 left. Parting versus Theory. They are teammates in Aftermath Esports. Now, during the Tasteless TV showdown, Theory switched to Celestial here. I think he was so fed up with. I think he was so fed up with the Celestial cheese bullshit that he was like, I ain't playing Infernal against this. We'll see what he does this time. Chat, do you guys see this new skin line for Valorant, by the way? Wonder Stallion. Looks kind of funny. I can't tell if that inflated pony unicorn is it the melee or is it a gun buddy? Because that's the only no, the melee is the unicorn hammer. The hammer's kind of sick too. The gun buddy's the one I want the most. You mentioned Cartwright earlier. Do you see the news of it going into... Wait, what's EOS? End of service? Because if then, yes. They are ending global service, which is... I mean... I think that should be a big lesson learned for a lot of Korean game companies, is that the foreign market is very different. The global market is very different. You have to target it differently, you have to manage it differently, and you have to manage it. You have to. They left it out to die the moment it arrived globally, which is, to be fair, it wasn't exactly doing well on launch in Korea, so they had their hands full, but it's a shame because I really think Cartwriter Esports has a place globally, but yeah, it was fun. And it's a very easy to digest esport that has exciting moments if the game is built correctly. I understand that Cartwriter Drift, for anyone who played the original, Cartwriter Drift was not exciting, right? Things were nerfed to the ground. You were starting from ground up. I get it, but it was starting to get there. Like there were moments by the end of the second season, but it's a shame. So I imagine Cartwriter League Esports will come back in Korea because they said that they're going to focus on their business in Korea and Taiwan, but I can't imagine that they'll have an English broadcast for it, which is a shame. But also, I will say, I'm going to go ahead and say this. It might be, I might be closing off a door for me, but they shouldn't have an English broadcast if it's only going to be business in Korea and Taiwan anyway. There's no point. There's no point. There's no need for it. It's a waste of money if they have an English broadcast. 100%. If they want to waste their money, I'll take it, but... But yeah, with the global service, I was hoping that they would invest more into it, but I mean, the launch was fumbled a bit. I don't think there was good marketing around it. I think the marketing was also poor. Like, they just expected people to understand that there are some stark differences with the mechanics in that game compared to other kart games in the West. And even then, like, you know, it has stark differences to Mario Kart, but maybe not as much with some of the other kart racing games in the West. And there's a lot in the West. And then they like tried, you know, there's two aspects of Kart Rider. It's either the casual skin collecting version with silly items, or it's hardcore esports. But they didn't exactly market the hardcore esports that strongly, but they marketed that a bit more than the other side. But the other side couldn't be marketed because the items were so limited on launch for Drift that it wasn't innovative, right? You're coming in from Mario Kart and those items are going to look like nothing. And then on top of that, it's not like there were a lot of skins, so it's just like you had to understand that you were building from ground up globally against empires that were built, right? Mario Kart, Crash Racing, even Sonic Racing. By the way, I loved Sonic Racing 2 generations ago. That one was hard. 1 generation ago? That one was hard, actually. I mean, listen, it was a tough job. It was always going to be an almost nearly impossible task. But I think if you all in on one side of it, I think you could have built enough to survive. So, and the esport absolutely could have survived, I think. But well, yeah, it came and it died. It was very poorly managed. And the original, I think they were so full of themselves because the original did so well for 10 plus years in Korea, 20 years. Which is impressive. I mean, it's great. And the esport is the longest running, the original league was the longest running league itself, like that kept the name in Korea. But, you know, I don't think they accepted the fact that they were going to start at ground zero globally. And they didn't make sure that they found enough of an audience. They didn't target the right audiences. It became a really weird niche thing that didn't have a good start. It's a shame. Hopefully a lot of lessons learned for Nexon, but it was even worse because in Korea they made it sound like the Korean fans were so angry because they were like, we're going to invest into global and we're going to spend money on a global league. You know, there was supposed to be a global invitational at the end of last year for Kart Rider. There was supposed to be a festival, a global festival. Like, holy, how do you fumble that? So now you got the Korean fans hating on you because you're like, we're going to invest globally. And all the Koreans are like, no, you're not. You can't pull that off. But then, like, did you? I don't know. The marketing was terrible in the West. It was bad. I don't know how they fumbled it that bad. I'm not surprised it failed because I think it was always going to be a tough task. So loud. I mean, I thought it could be done. I thought it could be done, but it was always going to be a tough task. So I don't blame them for failing. It's just the process in which it did fail. I love having giant screens and big walkouts for players with no spotlight. Barely see Parting's face, man. My main thing these days, it's Valorant, but we're gonna start to explore other stuff too, just because Valorant's off season's long and I am interested in other games. Stormgate's one of them that I'm interested in. 2XKO is another one I'm interested in. Well, I mean, for the broadcast, the spotlight should be good for the broadcast. You're gonna show. You should show these guys' faces. I assume they use this. I assume they're gonna use the stage for the StarCraft tournament too. I mean, let's not... I don't want to get into the details of this event because, trust me, the crowd isn't what they're looking for. The game started. Game sound's gone again. It's back. All right. Grand Finals B05. Parting versus Theory. And they are both going to be... Oh, no. Theory is going to stick with Inferno. So Theory in the blue, Inferno lower left spawn, Parting in the top right. In red, as the Celestials, there's only 2 spawns on this map, so they know exactly where each other are starting. And immediately, it's going to be the Iron Vault into the meat farm to farm the early camp. Using those hounds Getting that early brute. Theory going on an early scout just to see if there are any crazy proxies coming out. Not going to find that, so he's going to back off. Yo, gentlemen, what's up? Well, this is it's an invitational showcase. It's an invitational showcase, but there are like casual tournaments going on online. Soon there's going to be like bigger tournaments happening, I think, very soon at the end of the year. I know Korea, I think the league is starting at the end of the year? Maybe beginning of next year. I think it's starting at the end of the year. I don't know about the West. This is an RTS. Yes, it is a new RTS. It just went free to play early access today. But just so we're very clear, like for this game, for this studio, when they say early access, they like mean early access. It's like actively in development. They're planning a year extra for 1.0. The 1v1 aspect is fairly polished when you're playing it, or it's very playable. It's fairly polished in terms of the mechanics. Like sound design and stuff I think need work, but that's always the very ending, so I think we're probably gonna have to wait until 1.0 for that one. Okay, Party's gonna use the morph core to help tank for this. And then using 3 Argents. He's gonna have to use, yeah, get that morph core out of there. Ooh, okay. Cutting it close, but he's alright. He's got it calculated. Theory has taken both camps a bit faster, and he's moving forward. He wants to take the speed camp as well. So Theory's trying to dominate the map as fast as possible. He understands with the map design and earlier no proxies, he thinks he has the time to just expand his control to make sure he can find any proxies coming out, any extra collection arrays, and instantly with the speed he wraps around, takes the vision camp as well. All of this off the back of the second shrine on his natural. Sees these Argents coming in, the speed camp. Is he going to go for a pinch? Theory looking for a timing, but no, he's going to go for the Therium camp? No way. Okay, so Parting realizes what's going on. He's going to set down a power... Oof, those tree crunches are really loud, sorry. He's going to set down a power bank and a creation chamber. So this is going to try to help him try to turtle up here. Because this is going to give that energy to the Argents for the powered up shots. And it makes it so they can't get surrounded that easily. See if Parting can hold on just long enough. He's going to give up the speed camp though. Uh-oh, that's Theories now. He got the resources off of killing it, but not much else from it. The Arc Station going to try to just provide extra shielding by tanking some of the shots, some healing. The main base building does have a healing ability. And it does have extra shielding coming in as well. So very, very good. Yeah, so I would just say that, listen, I'm going to go ahead and say this while we're in a bit of a lull of the action as Parting starts to expand a little bit. Lots more creation chambers. This proxy never got destroyed, so he's going to be able to pressure this. I think... Hold on. Theory might be in trouble. I think he assumed that the push wasn't going to come, but there were suddenly just many more Argents banked up. I think Theory might be in trouble a lot, actually. I don't know if he can... Because his Iron Vault's all the way over there. GG. Unfortunate. Never lucky. Oof. I mean, just like me, I think Theory didn't expect Parting to just mass up Argents and push in one more time. Parting is winning 1-0 in the best of 5. So I will say, listen, it's very clear that this game has their communication publicly has not been very good. I think their communication with supporters and, well, with influencers basically and testers have been pretty good, but their communication, the marketing has been, it's been mixed. Because here's the thing, I don't think they necessarily intended it. I actually think they didn't want to intend it, but it started, the initial tagline was the studio is made up of people from StarCraft 2 and a little bit of Warcraft 3. And that was always so touted. And I think they just meant that for their experience. But because of that, it eventually started sounding like we're building the next StarCraft 2, which I mean, it is because it's a new RTS, but in a lot of ways, it isn't, and it can't ever be. So, like, the initial marketing around the studio, I get it. I think that's good, right? Letting them know, like, hey, we're a bunch of people who worked on the team of StarCraft 2, a lot of core people. That's cool. Like, I like that. But unfortunately, it started to get warped, and I think it's not just on them, but I think they never really tempered the expectations enough. Well, listen, I mean, it's an RTS. It's not Age of Empires. So if you're not very used to RTSs, it's either going to feel like StarCraft or it's going to feel like Age of Empires. So it's going to feel like StarCraft to someone who hasn't played a lot of RTSs. But I think within the RTS community, the thing is StarCraft and StarCraft 2, no matter what you say about the balance and things like that, is a very polished game. It's very crisp. It's got good designs. It's got good visual and sound designs. It's a very crisp game. It's just, had its turmoils and balance every now and then. So I think there were some expectations on like the quality, which to be fair is also people just aren't being realistic, because this is, at the end of the day, it's a smaller indie company. Sure, they had a lot of backing, but it is still a smaller indie company. So like, it's not Blizzard. So take that as you will. But no, I wouldn't say they're going for a niche. But I think they're trying to build I mean, listen, they're trying to just build a new RTS that can get popular. So one of the ways they're doing that is eventually there's going to be a 3v3 team mode. There is co-op and there is going to be a campaign. There is a bit of the campaign in early access, but those are the rougher parts right now because they focus on the main like 1v1 to start. They want to build a new RTS. I mean, they're not going for a niche within the RTS community. That'd be silly. That'd be death as a business. The RTS community already is fairly small, especially from a competitive aspect. But I would say the selling point is that, first of all, I think the team aspect, once it comes out, is going to be a big selling point that they're going to try to push. But from a 1v1 aspect, it's very new takes, and it's a good mix of StarCraft mechanics, but with creep camps. It's a good mix of like Warcraft and StarCraft mechanics from what I can tell. I never played Warcraft 3. I've watched a little bit of it. I've never played it, so I can't speak too much to how it feels on that front. But trust me, as someone who's played a lot of StarCraft 2, it does feel very different. In fact, trying to be like, oh, this is like Zerg, like that actually ruins you when playing this game. So there's going to be some familiarity, but there's a lot of differences. Each faction has its own, you don't see it in the Observer UI, but it has its own like global abilities resource. It's called the top bar right here because it's at the top. Like this race, the one that looks like Protoss, the high-tech alien race, you start with a floating building, and you can build anywhere you want as long as that building is nearby, or you build kind of these like proxy building things. But I think it will. I think it will become fun to watch. I mean, it also depends on what your expectation is. Is it going to become the next League of Legends? Never. Absolutely never. The game could surpass all expectations 100 times over, and it will never be big as League of Legends. But that's also because most games will never be, right? But I mean, it depends on your standard. Could it be as big as medium popularity StarCraft 2 esports? I think absolutely, and I think that's good enough. At the end of the day, esports is just a marketing tool, right? So like, esports is never making money. Trust me, esports is never making money. At this rate, it's never going to make money for the next like minimum 10 to 15 years. So it depends on what their goal is with esport, but is it going to be enough that people are going to want to play it competitively and watch it? I think so. The thing is I think once more people try the 1v1 aspect of it, I think that's the part that people will actually stick with. The campaign and co-op can be jarring at first because they're not finished yet, and we don't know then what it's going to look like when it's finished, right? You can only have hope and faith. So yeah, the quality of that currently is a bit lacking. I agree. Their argument is it's in development, which is fair, but it's not exactly the greatest first impression. But I would say the 1v1, most people who have tried it, I think, enjoy the 1v1. The unfortunate part is campaigns are oftentimes a very big part of these games, actually, in terms of player base. And that's how you're going to make the money, right? Skins are not going to cut it enough in an RTS. So, co-op and campaign will be the money making, so we'll have to see. But you know, if you have enough backing to kind of last through it, I think the 1v1 community will be fine. I've been enjoying it a lot. The 1v1 aspect. It's very fun to play. The visual and audio feedback is a bit lacking, which is, I think, universal criticism they have received. Now, that's stuff that you can always fix, and that's stuff that always is going to come last. I get it. But it is, again, it's a bit of a jarring first impression, but, you know. But I think once you try it, and if you enjoy RTSs at all, I think you'll enjoy the 1v1. Let me just put it that way. If you've never really been a fan of RTSs, I don't know if the 1v1 is going to be what gets you interested. I think the 3v3 could when it comes out, but I don't know what to expect from the 3v3. So we'll see if the 3v3 is enough to bring in newer people that weren't originally interested. But the 1v1 is very fun. I've been having a lot of fun. Obviously, it's also because it's early, so there's no defined meta. Right now, we're seeing basically a proxy Argent rush coming in from Parting. It seems like Isle of Dread always feels like a large map, but the Celestials are always so successful with their proxies on this map. But a lot of gaunts, and the Infest upgrade is finished for Theory. So you see these little fiends, as they're called, the little extra zergling-looking zombie lizards, the flesh things. They will drop every time a gaunt, any unit that a gaunt has hit dies while the Infest is still on them. So you see them a little bit of, you know, green goo on them. That's why these fiends just keep popping up. So the Argents, if you keep a move stuttering, they're going to keep targeting the fiends, and eventually more fiends means that surround is faster because they're going to be faster movement speed. So Theory does enough to push him back, realizes this is where the creation chambers are, so that's where the backup is going to be strongest. Still trying to fight back. The temporary shroud has run out. Trying to use the brute, but Parting, good targeting. He's ignoring the brute entirely. So Theory realizes he can't stay and fight with that. He was hoping the brute would tank, but Parting is actually clearly keeping his camera focused on here. Now another power bank forward as well. These power banks not only are going to give him vision, not only are going to give Parting a little bit of tanking ability, but again, they give the energy recharge. So the Argents, they have a passive ability that powers up their shots, that uses energy per shot. So they can fight with greater strength at the front lines. And worst case, you can keep kiting back. It's kind of like a health regen, except it's energy and makes you powerful. So they're already going to be stronger right here, right? There's going to be energy regen right here. And Theory, yep, he's going to have to call the GG. The army's not big enough. And he was so focused on fighting this that he never expanded. I mean, Parting didn't really give him a chance to expand. (2-0) for Parting. Man, this is why I respect Parting, though. It looks like he won easy, but you can tell he really wants this win. I mean, he's been a pro for a long time, but like talking to him after, like you imagine, you know, Tasteless TV Showdown. Tasteless meant it to be kind of like a chill, you know, home story cup type of feel, and it was for the casters and for some of the players, but you could tell for Parting, it was like, nope, I gotta win it. Like, I gotta win every single tournament for the time being, because I was meant to be the best so far. He played it the most during the tests. He's been in since the early tests. He's been grinding away. He was touted as the best player throughout all the tests that were done so far, and then he loses at the Tasteless TV Showdown, right? One of the first bigger public tournaments. Granted, you know, it's an invitational, but that's why I was very impressed, and I was like, yeah, this is why I like this guy as a pro. Like, this is why I respect him, because he was very frustrated with himself when he lost, and he was like, I mean, to him it didn't matter that it was an invitational. It didn't matter that it was a showcase. To him, it mattered that he wasn't good enough. And I was like, wow, okay. I mean, fair enough. Okay, will this be the last map? Parting versus Theory. It is a large map. We'll see if Parting is going to go for any proxy shenanigans. Theory going to try to play safe to begin with. So he's just going to go for the early Iron Vault. Now this one, there is a very close natural on both sides with a health camp. So I can only imagine that both of them are going to go for... Uh-oh. Theory's going to go for a proxy? Really? Because you assume that he's going to go for the build and then the Sovereign's Watch on this health camp. But you already built an iron vault close at your base. You're not gonna... And the Hexen's getting... Well, the Hexen getting spotted isn't a big deal because the Hexen's a scout unit anyway. The whole point is you have to hide the imp. So he's trying to draw attention to the Hexen. I don't think the collection array spots this just yet. Yeah, the vision dies out right here. Is it going to be meat farm? Oh, it's meat farm harass, isn't it? Is it? It is meat farm harass. So meat farms are the supply units for the Infernals, and they create those Fellhounds that will defend their base. Theory's going to cheese the cheesing faction. I don't know if it's going to be good enough. And a Shroud Stone here. What in the world is this? I don't think this meat farm alone is going to be enough, though. This creation chamber is already done. 2 fiends are coming in, so he's going to create brutes and just overwhelm with fiends. Interesting. The Argent comes in to try to take out the Shroud Stone and protect the Prism. The Hexen's not doing enough damage. Yeah, this meat farm's not going to do enough. The Fellhounds, I mean, that Fellhound is so close to the collection area that it's targeting that. I think this might have already been goofed for Theory. He's going to have to stick with it. The Shroud Stone not going to be able to keep up with the collection array. But he can still keep sending fiends through the brutes, so this is a possibility. I imagine if it would have been better for him to just, like, still plant that Iron Vault just a bit further ahead. Huh. Okay, so he's going to recall. So he says job done, right? He's denied basically that collection array for the time being. So he's basically made him go back to one base, and he builds his own shrine off of that. I don't know if it would have been in the long run if this is going to find value. Now the meat farm harass wasn't as effective as I think you were hoping it would be. I don't think Parting even used Sovereign's Watch, right? So he actually held this pretty well, and now he understands, okay, you know what? You went for a cheese. You're going to be weaker on the units. You realize that it was a bunch of fiends coming in, so you know that it was just an Iron Vault built. We've got a creation chamber up front, and Parting says, all right, it's my turn now. Theory does have more income banked up, thanks to farming up throughout all of that, and then now slowly building up his second shrine. It's not done just yet. I think it just might have finished. Nope, still not finished yet. And just brutes against Argents. Unless he gets a great surround, this is going to be rough. He has to play around the healing tower. That Hexen has to watch out. The Hexen's going to get bodied if he doesn't watch out. Alright, the Fiend's trying to help get us around. The Brute gonna go for a body block. Good surround. And then there's the Infest burst as well. The Shroud mechanic does bug out on Incline, so this is a bit unfortunate. But overall, more Fiends have popped out. He's taken out 1 or 2 with the Infest. The rest don't have Infest on them yet. But the healing coming in from the Arc Station. So now it's time for Theory to turtle up. He needs to defend. Can he do it? We'll see. Heals coming in. Don't want to give up the healing tower. That's what he's worried about. He's waiting. He's hoping that his cooldown comes back for the Infest. I don't know how they're ever going to let us see the top bar. I don't know if there's a good way to do it. But that little cloud burst of green poison, if that can come back up, he can defend this. He does have Gaunts, but he doesn't have the upgrade for the Infest just yet. The healing tower. Parting knows not to greed for that. Ooh, gets completely denied and destroyed. That's unfortunate. He was trying to just, I think, keep canceling it to make sure that he can hold on to the healing tower. But the meat farm destroyed. That's an imp lost. All the fiends gone. No infests left yet. He can use 1 skull, but otherwise he is hoping that he can get the burst on here. He needs to get a foot into the healing camp. Oh no, that's GG. Gave up the healing camp. It's too much. Oh, he tried to cheese, and he paid for it. GG. So, congratulations, Parting. There's no extra music track for the champion? What a shame. So all the people that used to only do morph core rushes with Celestial and climb the ladder that way, now crying that you've been nerfed too hard and that the Krees are useless. Clearly not. Celestials are still just fine. The clean feed really doesn't, the no extra music really doesn't do justice to parting winning. I mean, it's a 4-man invitational. It's not a big deal. Are they gonna have an interview? At the desk, maybe? Oh, I feel like the desk is probably in a different place, though. Well, GG. I mean, I wish we had a Vanguard. I would have loved to see how the Vanguard played out in the current patch. I mean, it was 3 Celestials, 1 Infernal. The Infernal gets to the grand final, but the Celestial wins. Overall, I think it's okay. You could tell Theory was trying a bunch of different things against all the different Celestials to try to overcome it. GG, I wanna see. I don't know if they're gonna mention anything else here, so let's see if they're talking about anything on the mainstream.
Kind of had Theory's number, knowing what he was going to bring to each of these maps as we take a look at the replays, Zichi.
Yeah, and you pointed out even like game 3, something that a laser had kind of shown how to do, right? And then I think because of that, Parting knew how to respond. So I think also
yeah, so that meat farm harass was done by a laser at the Tasteless TV showdown.
Broadcast and what Infernal can do, and Parting was clearly ready against Theory, and he was particularly ready against this particular Infernal player. So yeah, he proved to be the best, you know, kind of general RTS player as we might expect, but he just really understands Stormgate as well. Yeah, very terrifying to go up against these kinds of Argent numbers, and Parting knows exactly how to get away with the numbers of Argents he requires in the early game.
No, we're just playing the same clip over and over again. What's going on with the replay off?
We know that, so you're obviously going to take some very good fights early on. And it's also perhaps a little bit by intimidation, because perhaps he saw what Theory is capable of at minute 8 or minute 10, as we really want to take a close look at his GG time. Oh, yeah, saw it a couple of times there.
Roddy just calls it out. I love it.
Semi-finals or the lower bracket finals between Theory and Mon, and he's like, whoa, if I let Theory do his thing and he becomes like 150 supply plus Inferno player with tier 3 upgrades, that could actually become incredibly scary. So let's just rely on the power of the Argents and make sure that I can either be aggressive or at least take total map control, and he did an incredibly good job with that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if it goes to late game, the Infernals win out, as long as you know how to play against the Dark Prophecy, the AoE.
Felhog rush and things like that. Only having a few brutes and a hex in here to deal with these Argent, it's just not enough, CG. Yeah, I think you have to kill the collection array, which didn't happen. Yes. It did float away, and then it just, you know, sits down on another mine, and there's not much else that Theory is able to do with such a dedicated opener. Roddy and I were kind of discussing, we wonder if maybe changing the Felhog and the Stone would have been better, but ultimately it might not have mattered, because again, collection array lives and Felhogs would have killed it.
I wonder if it would have been better to just double down on one
kind of the secret to surviving
site, though,
very specific
right?
Reasons you put the farm there, because sometimes there's been moments where you put the farm on a slightly different angle, and then the Felhogs can't quite reach the collection array. It's very finicky, very weird.
I mean, I guess then he would have just lifted the collection array immediately, but
natural, then maybe if you take care of that area, then you can also take care of that creep camp, and then you have the health camp to work with. So then your Hexen can heal up. Maybe you can get some
I don't know that, but I think if he had put the Shroud Stone down first, it would have been a very different response as well. The Sovereign's Watch probably gets used immediately, although it can't target buildings.
Well, that's that. Final thoughts. I'm going to leave it with
with you guys, ZG? What are you thinking?
Really happy that Celestial versus Celestial ended up being so diverse.
It was, yeah.
I think we saw a couple of units. I'm glad that we saw some late game Infernal versus Celestial. You know, it's very clear that no one really has all of the answers. Well, Parting kind of seemed like it, but even he struggled in some of the early matches.
Yeah,
so
I would say so. I thought it was a pretty good showing. I think it shows that the patch is pretty decent.
How that goes, but I'm really
I mean, again, a shame that we didn't see the
Running?
Yeah, it's easy to look at the grand final and be like, man, Parting really has it all figured
see
out.
the Vanguard, but
Maxed took the lead and looked very, very promising on Eye of the Dread. We actually kind of all thought it was going to go Maxed's way for a little while, and he kept on sniping those bases and managed to crack some holes in the defenses of Parting. So actually Parting really did have to work for it in the series against Mana as well. So I think it was really fun. We got to see a bit of everything. It's a shame we didn't get to see any Vanguard, but I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities in the future to see some Axels, see some Lances, perhaps a Vulcan drop or two. Who knows? We're going to see it all, Clara.
A cheeky Vulcan drop, you say. Interesting. Yeah. Somebody might like that out there, so I'm sure. And who would have guessed a Chinese player causing some chaos in an RTS? That was an interesting way to open things up. Well, thank you very much, guys, for joining me here. Thank you very much, everybody around the world, not only joining us here on the show, but also joining us on this journey of exploration and kind of uncovering the potential future of RTS here through Stormgate. Don't forget, there is the Take TV Stormgate time on the way on the 24th, another tournament on the way, brought to you by Take TV. So that will be on the way. Mark it in your calendars. That does it from us here in for Riyadh. Congratulations to Parting, and we'll see you next time for more Stormgate. Bye for now.
GG. Oh, that was a short little, showcase. I thought it was pretty decent. So the game is out for free to play now. People are already complaining about balance, which is pretty funny. Seems like co-op's having some issues. That's unfortunate. Everyone's doom and gloom on Reddit. I mean, listen, I think the negativity is somewhat warranted. Unfortunately, I think it's warranted. I think it's worth giving a better shot, but I think it is warranted just given how the game has been presented so far. It doesn't exactly do a good job of marketing itself very well, but the doom and gloom is pretty funny. Also, it is so funny to see free-to-play new players complaining about all these things that like the testers have not been complaining about. That is funny. Yeah, it's slower paced than StarCraft 2, which I think is helpful. I do. The unfortunate part is here's the unfortunate part is co-op and 3v3 being in a good playable state early would have been nice, because that's how that was the whole point of getting people who aren't hardcore RTS players to try your game and find something to enjoy, right? I mean, it's tough because obviously, they're going into early access to try to, get something going, get the league going, and, maybe get more eyes on it, maybe get more funding. I get that, but it's one of those things where I think the hardcore people who give it a shot will enjoy it. I think so. I think you will enjoy it, but those people would have probably enjoyed it eventually anyway, right? But if they enjoy it for a year and it takes you a year to give something to the people who wouldn't have enjoyed it, would you come back? The gaming market's so saturated. So I hope so. I hope they can do a good big marketing push once the 3v3 comes out and the co-op is more polished. So people can have so it gives people a reason to come back. But you know, a bunch of people are going to come in being like, oh, new RTS, maybe I'll try this one. And you know, the co-op and campaign aren't that polished yet, and then 1v1 they're going to get wrecked, and then they're going to be like, well, I guess RTS isn't for me. You know what I mean? Like, it's the whole point was to try to get new players to come in, try to create a new generation of RTS enjoyers. But currently what you're offering is stuff that old RTS enjoyers would enjoy, and it's refreshing. So yeah, I wish, I mean, it's tough. I don't blame them necessarily, but I don't think it's helping. But I will say, as an esport, I think it's got, as a competitive and exciting game to play competitively and enjoy watching, I think it's got legs. But that's not what keeps the game afloat. But I hope so. I hope it does, because I'm enjoying it a lot. In fact, let's play a little bit of it. I got it like an hour. See how the servers are now for me playing from Korea. It feels more micro heavy than StarCraft 2. Would agree. Let me change the title here. Gotta change it on YouTube as well. I just realized my YouTube chat was frozen the entire time. I don't know if any of you guys are still watching on YouTube. I'm sorry. Huh. Don't realize why that bugged out. That's my bad. And usually most of you are on Twitch anyway, but that does make me feel bad. Oh, I thought it connected, but I guess it never connected. I wish it would automatically do so. Ugh. Yeah, so it's worth reading this notice when you first boot up the game, because they changed this message to be a bit more honest, saying that, hey, we're using gameplay models, but they're updating these, and you know that basically a lot of things need more polish. If you haven't played the game before, basically there's a campaign tab up top. I will be recording these three. I'm putting it up on a separate YouTube channel later. There is co-op mode, there's versus, and then there's custom. Oh wow, now that there's people playing, there's actual lobbies. Oh, that's cool. Up to 64 players. I wonder, how does that work? All right, let's see what the player base looks like right now. See how sweaty people get. Jagged Maw, really? I don't know how many games I'm gonna get to play right now. You're gonna give me Jagged Maw?
Trudging forward.
Oh, we got an RTS player though, with the immediate good luck, have fun. You love to see it. Just do an early scout with the skull. I'm not gonna do any fancy schmancy farming with the buildings. Oh, they bought the pet. Wait.
Meet the challenge. I shall go.
He didn't expand, okay. Make sure he's not blocking off my expansion. I'm gonna need a meat farm to make sure I can do stuff here. Oh, there's the little doggo. Where's he going? Where's he going? How far is he going? I would like to bank up minerals, but I would also like to farm this. I'm not confident in my micro to do it properly.
Summoned your command. Barreling through. Meet challenge. Return.
I'm late.
Capture point secure. Ready to kill. Marching on. I listen. Our forces are in battle.
Whoa. Oh, you're just a doggo.
The planet speaks. I answer. Find some. Our capture point secure.
Okay, so he's got an expansion. What else we got going on here? Nothing? Got lancers, bunch of lancers.
You summoned your command.
See if he ever takes that camp.
Shalu. Our forces are in battle.
No, run away! Oh, I'm very late on everything, but that's okay.
Need more ore. Capture point secure.
I should build up more. One more Hexen, please. Okay. Oh, we taking this? Whoa, why'd you guys... Oh my gosh. Those idiots. No, don't do it. I feel confident without the brutes. I think with this guy we should just be able to get Magmadons and we should be good to go.
Need more Luminites.
Which means we're gonna need more Therium, so we're gonna have to build that up soon. In fact, that's what I should be looking to build soon here.
Capture point contested.
Okay.
Capture finished.
Do I want to build this right now? I kind of do, but I don't know if it's going to be good. Hello?
Not enough Luminites. Finished researching.
Is he taking the Therium? No. We can take this back. And then I can take the Therium.
Capture point secure.
Oh, he's taking the rocket launcher. That upgrade's gonna be late.
Capture point secure.
The planet speaks. I answer.
Okay, we have a plan. It's not a great plan, but it is a plan nonetheless.
Our forces are in battle. Capture
What's in
point
battle?
contested.
Oh my gosh.
Capture point lost.
Okay. Make sure we got the health camp going. Whoa, no, 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 no. Ah, shoot.
Finished research. Capture point contested. Capture point secure.
That's fine.
Forces are in battle.
We're fine.
Need more ore. Capture point contested. Capture point lost. Not enough barrel farms.
Did the rocket launcher eventually die? Is that what happened?
Capture point secured. Capture point lost. Not enough barrel farms.
He has way too much map control.
Our forces are in battle.
I messed up.
Capture point contested. Our forces are in battle.
I lost my Hexen early, which isn't helping either.
Capture point contested. Capture point lost. Not enough Luminites.
Need the extra upgrades, but I need the Twilight Spire if I want that. Uh-oh.
Forces are in battle.
Oh, this dude's so tanky. There's no way I win that.
Capture point contested.
Is my Hexen dead again? Oh, Vulcans, really?
Not enough Luminites.
I need more Luminite. Not sure how I'm gonna get it, but I need it.
Capture point contested. Capture point secured. Capture point lost. Not enough Luminites.
This rocket launcher is wrecking me. I don't know where I messed up in that first fight. I think I messed up I should have, I don't know. Maybe I should have made a Magmadon earlier. I did lose out. I wish so the spacebar is such a trap, I feel, because you can spacebar and it selects your entire army to a move. But then I think, therefore, double tapping my spacebar will take me to my front lines, but it doesn't. That ruins me a lot. I should maybe just ignore it and only use it when I'm trying to go front all in, or if I like don't know where everyone is, but I know exactly where I want them to go. I should really just stick to the control groups, but. Warping Gamer playing Celestial? How fitting.
We are the protectors. No one escapes.
Are they going to go for a cheese? I feel like they're going to go for a cheese.
Trudging forward. We follow the way.
I don't think they are.
The planet speaks. I answer.
Oh, they might be. That's fine. I think we can manage.
Meet the challenge.
Not enough Luminites.
Marching on.
Oops.
More barrel farms. Capture point secure.
The planet speaks. I answer. Meet the challenge. Moya. Tuta.
Hmm.
Moya. At your service. What?
Okay, our Luminite's just fine. Our Fiend scouting.
Need more ore.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, why do I only have 3? There you go.
Need more ore.
Oh, I need 100 for that. Oops.
Need more ore. Our forces are in battle.
Oh, okay. Alright, so we're turtling up a little bit. Alright. That's fine.
The planet speaks. I answer. I shall go.
Not enough Luminites.
What? I just... I'm an idiot. That's what I am.
Trudging forward. Slowly.
Capture point secured.
The planet speaks.
Need more ore.
Answer.
Need more ore.
Thank you.
Challenge. At your service.
Oops.
The planet speaks. I answer.
Okay.
Capture point secured. Finished upgrading.
Magic stirs.
Alright. What are we up against? Celestials? Hmm.
Trudging forward. Ready to kill. I'm ready.
Oh, there's a rocket launcher camp on this map too? I didn't realize that. Let's venture out here. What are you doing? Make that stuff. Those are... What the... Why does this happen? Oh my gosh. That's a big bummer.
Finished researching. Capture point secured.
Get that going.
Magic stirs.
researching.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Dude, why are my gaunts taking so much... Oh, the Fellhounds are not helping. I see. How's my Ethereum? Can't look in here.
Secured.
We are the protectors.
That's a gaunt dead. Oops. I don't know what you were doing out here, but fine. Like that.
Point secure. Capture point contested.
Which one's contested? Oh, really?
Capture points. Our forces are finished researching.
Return to ash. Trudging forward. Slowly.
Oh, he's blocked it off. Okay.
Our forces are in battle. Capture point secure.
Marching on. We
Our forces are in battle.
Ba, ba, bum, bum, bum. GG. Man, when's my MMR gonna rise? So few points. All right, we got time for one more game. Should we try a co-op? Should try a little co-op? Not really played much co-op. No, maybe we'll do that another time. Maybe I'll record it and put it up. Oh, people be loving the Celestials, let me tell you that.
marching on.
See if anyone's picked up on the cheese.
Dark magic stirs. The planet speaks. I answer. What? The planet speaks. I answer.
I say as I harass the workers. Do I go for a greedy expand here? He's been banking up a lot of early prisms. I think I don't. I think I play it safe. That means the clave should have come out a lot earlier, but oh well. It's okay. We'll manage.
Need more ore.
Come on, Imp. You can do it. There you go. This one's so far. I think you really kind of need the meat farm for this one. Oh, hello. Oh, giving me free fiends? I'm okay with that. No!
We are the protectors.
Oh, he comes out this way. That routing is so bad. Oh, I did get him. Nice. Now let's...
Forces are in battle.
Oh, okay. We banking up. All right.
Meet the challenge.
Okay. Get those imps there.
Point secure.
Service. I shall go.
Let's get eyes up here.
Planet speaks. I answer.
Need more Luminites.
The planet speaks.
Oh, I can't see my health.
Plunging forward. We are the
Capture point secured.
slowly.
Let's take this one. Okay, I think we can manage...
Forces are in battle.
Wait, why? Who? Oh, we turtling. Okay. Okay. Alright. Is that right?
Not enough Luminites.
Meet the challenge.
Whoa. Let's upgrade this first.
Capture point secured.
The planet speaks. I answer.
Need more ore.
Did I get a hex in? No. Also, why are you guys not waypointed? There we go.
Ebb and flow. Trust. We
What are we needing here? That upgrade's coming through.
Finished. Not
We need
enough
more Luminite. That's what we need. Getting a little scared that he's gonna...
Luminites.
we are the protectors.
Alright, my scouty scout. Let's go see what he's up to.
Need more Luminites. Not enough Luminites.
Oh, he's taking that health camp. Okay, so he's starting to push out. Wonder if I can sneak this one in. Oh, I need supplies.
Need more Luminites.
That's a big miss from me. See if we can sneak this one out. Oh, nope. Okay, just one guy to watch it. Really? I feel like he's going to be building up to Animancers real quick. which case I am gonna need to build a second base here somewhere.
Marching on.
Shalom.
I shall go. Slowly but surely.
Get the extra move speed. Get the extra fiends.
Capture point secured.
Let's take this. Get that extra little boost. Dude, where are we going, my friends? Can these guys not come out? Oh. Well, this is a bit annoying.
Capture point secured.
Compelled onward.
Not enough Luminites.
Okay. We're doing okay for ourselves.
Dark magic stirs.
Get some extra shroud going. And then we need a twilight here. Get extra Luminites going as well. Take this health camp.
Finished researching.
I probably lose a lot of gaunts just moving against these creeps. It's probably not good, but
Capture point secured.
We are the protectors. We follow.
can upgrade this as soon as this is done.
Capture point secured.
Meet the challenge.
No, let's not greed that. Let's go back and farm this. Upgrade that. Oh, I should have built more stuff here. Might as well get that upgrade. Oh, we got Krees. Okay.
Our forces are in battle. Capture point secured. Finished research.
Get the animasters out of there.
Are in battle.
All right, time to counter push. We got economy.
The planet speaks.
Let's take this camp first.
Finished upgrading. Capture point secured.
Ooh, okay. Lots of turrets, huh?
Our forces are in battle.
What have we got going over here? Look at all these fiends we got. Oh, really? I think we can push through here. Basically ruin his economy in case he wants to fight back. Stun these dudes.
Our forces are in battle.
Stun the Archangel. Chase him down. Yeah, that's right. GG. Yeah, I've been trying the Infernos. Theory has made it charming enough for me to try it. You're back again. Okay. That one, it felt better. I mean, the guy was clear, the person was clearly new because there was no fighting going on and they didn't expand after the second one, nor did they harass. It's one of the problems I have. Well, I actually expand, but I expand without scouting after the first time. I scout, I'm like, oh, I can expand, and then I'm like, well, I guess they're not attacking me. I could keep expanding, and then they like show up with just giga units, and I'm like, oh. But that one felt better. It felt like I was at least active. I felt like I wasn't just lulling about. That one felt better. I'm close to breaking into silver soon on Infernals. I think I'll continue to dig deep into Infernals, but I'll learn Vanguard next and then Celestials. Mostly just because I think Celestials is really cool. I actually really like Celestials. I want to try them more now that Vectors seem to be like a very popular choice. So I want to try more Celestials, but I like their design really. But I feel like enough people are going to try Celestials, so I want to do my own research on Vanguard. I always have a soft spot for the forgotten or weaker characters and races. No, Celestials design is actually... I like Celestials design. I think Celestials design is pretty nice, actually. Like, you can argue about the art style and the aesthetic style, which I get why some people don't like it. I'm kind of okay with it. I'm cool with it. The Infernals... I mean, I guess you could argue, like, the splashes could probably be better quality, but... Like, he looks a little plasticky here. But in-game, I mean, it's not going to matter. Clarity is more important to me. And I think this game does do a pretty good job of unit clarity. Not so much, like, damage clarity. Sometimes it's hard to tell who's winning the fight, especially with Infernals, just because of Infest. But that you'll just have to get used to. And I think that's what makes Infest cool, is that, like, you think they're losing, and then suddenly, like, a bunch of Fiends pop up because they just got the last hits, like, in a row. But, like, the Vanguard design, I'm okay with it. I know people like to meme about like how much they look like toy soldiers, but I'm okay with it. But the Celestials is definitely the coolest. Like, they definitely put in the time to make Celestials look cool. Also, like, their background is even cooler, like a ruined civilization. Meanwhile we out here just chilling. Infernals is okay. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna learn Infernals, and then I'm gonna tinker with Vanguard, and I'll want to play Celestials. We'll see eventually what I settle on, but I feel like enough people are trying out Celestials and giving it the popularity and the research it deserves. So yeah, like, humans are just chilling. They look like they're farming with all these robots, you know. I think the tough thing about Vanguard is eventually against like Infernals, you want to get the Atlases, these little tanks that are basically the siege tanks of this game, and that like transitioning into siege was always a big problem for me. But I think just straight up just exo massing versus Infernals doesn't get you that far unless you're really good at farming, because Vanguard, the human race, is the only one with veterancy, which is like the experience points that your units can gain, so you level up, right? So you get tougher. Vanguard's the only faction with that, so that's something you really want to use, and it actually makes a big difference. Like, I've tried it when I was trying to learn a little bit of Vanguard early on. And if you can like start farming with, you know, a couple Exos and maybe 1 or 2 Lancers to tank, and then you start building up like maybe 1 Lancer to tank, and then the other Exos start getting experience points, like that makes them way stronger for sure. So it makes a big difference. So you could get by with that. But if you're just like trying to match numbers, I think eventually the Fiends and the Infest make you lose, so you need more AoE. Just me, my gun, and my dog. So apparently this is supposed to be a robot dog, which I mean, the eyes kind of give it away, but in game it just looks like a regular dog. And there's been complaints, including myself, of like, yeah, but I don't want to send my dogs to die. So they're like, we have plans to make it look more mechanical. And then of course there's that scouting ability that's just a non-animated plastic dog that flies out, which I think that's pretty funny. I kind of hope they actually never fix it. It's a nice meme. Or I hope they like release it as a skin. I'd be down for that. Like the Krees are hollowed out. They're kind of weird looking. Like the Celestials are kind of cool looking. Celestials are kind of cool looking. I actually like the design of the Lancer. I don't like gross looking stuff, but I am enjoying playing Infernals. I think that's gonna be it for me though. I gotta go help with some errands around the house in the morning before our day begins. But for anyone interested in VCT, we are gonna be watch partying DRX versus Sentinels. Big match. For both teams. I think whoever wins that gets a huge boon, and they should be able to move pretty deep into the tournament, if not all the way to the grand finals. So we'll be watch partying that, but during the day, I'm going to be out and about. I'm going to be catching up with Anders from Fnatic as he lands in Korea, so we'll have a good time. And then I'll come back and we'll watch party. So I will see you all then. Hope you guys enjoyed some Stormgate action. We will be streaming more of it. Any tournaments we get a chance, or replay files. If you're playing and you want to send a replay file in, like, that's cool. I'd love to cast over your replays. We'll set something up for that as well. Maybe we'll do a little YouTube series. So hope you guys enjoy. Have a great rest of your... I don't know what time it is because it's 7 a.m. for me. And I will see you all for the VCT watch party. Catch you then.